Morning, dear students.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
sir.
sir.
Good morning. How are you all? Fine?
Yes, sir, we are.
Morning, sir.
Yes, very good. Very good. Very good.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Morning,
Let us
morning.
have let us have a fruitful learning now. Let me share the PowerPoint. So this one we studied in the last class. This one we studied. So MBO. So this is what we are going to study. Okay. So we'll go fast. So he is the guru. Peter Drucker is the guru of MBO. So screen is visible to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
voice is clear.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Loud
Yes,
and
sir.
clear.
Clear.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so he is the one who is the guru of management by objectives. That is what called the MBO. Okay, so he introduced this concept. Okay, it is an approach for increasing organizational effectiveness. Okay, so that knows everybody knows join together, work for the common goals of the organization. That is what no, because we cannot force people, we cannot no ask people. Okay, we cannot ask them to do it because nowadays no, see, man, the employees no, they are not no considered as slaves. You have to consider them as your partners, okay, as the partakers of the business. Okay, you have to know include them in your decision making, include them in your plan, policy making, decision making. Only then they will know show or they will contribute more for the development of the organization. Otherwise, no, they will remain as employees. They will not contribute more for the good of the organization. That is what no. That is why this concept has come out by Peter Drucker. Okay, he observes that every manager from the highest to the lowest levels in the organization should have clear objectives to pursue. Okay, so must have goals. Okay, join together, work together, plan together, discuss together. Okay, this is what called both employees and employers, both the top level management and the middle level management and the lower level management. Okay, all these people join together and work together. So that's what called MBO. So different goals are sought to be achieved by the interaction of MBO in organizations. MBO as a management tool is so versatile that it is used to integrate the
The
organization
PPT
goals.
is not showing here.
PPT is not clear, not
Yes,
seen
sir.
for everybody.
It is clear,
Sir,
sir.
it's not visible, sir.
No,
Sir,
sir, it's
sir,
not
it's not
visible.
visible.
Sir, 50 is not visible.
Maybe shall once again shall I?
So you need to, I guess, you need to share your screen again, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing this. Is it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma. Okay, so it is used to integrate the organization goals with the individual goals. It is a motivational technique where individuals are driven towards achievement of goals. It is the technique to appraise the performance of managers. It is the technique or method to control the activities. Okay, so this is what the management by objectives. So you have to integrate the organization goals with individual goals. Okay, it is a technique, motivational technique, and it is to appraise their performance. Okay, how they have done, and also to control their activities. So prerequisites of MBO. So it is not merely a goal setting tool, it is a philosophy. It has to be understood thoroughly by the managers concerned with the achievement of objectives. Okay. So it is simply you cannot fix the target and ask them to do it. Okay, it is a philosophy, it is a methodology, it is an approach. Okay, it is a positive method. Okay, so the top management, you see the second point, top management must be willing to implement the system wholeheartedly, because both of them have to join together and work together. Okay, previously the managers, they used to dictate. Okay, they are authoritarian, they have the authoritarian approach. With that approach, you cannot do it. This is a democratic, okay, where you ask their opinions, ask their suggestions. Okay, only then you will be able to achieve that goals. That's why this is a new method. So what do you mean by objectives? So objectives are the end points of management action. Okay, that is what the goals. That is what the target. Okay, that's what called objectives. They provide meaning to the existence of organization. Okay, so that's what the management is. If you don't have objectives, if you don't have any goal, don't have target, don't have anything to think, anything to do, anything to implement, anything to achieve, then you will not have any business, not have any organization. Okay, so objectives. What are the objectives? Objectives may be in quantitative or qualitative hierarchy. Okay, this you can read. Then process of MBO. What is the methodology? What is the process? So first you have to establish. You see the 4 points, bullet points. Establishment of goals for the whole organization. You have to fix the goal. Then preparation by subordinates. Okay, you have to prepare them mentally, psychologically, socially. Prepare them with the training. Okay, understand, make them understand what they have to do, why they have to do, and joint discussion. Third point, you must have a joint discussion of an agreement upon the goals by the superior and subordinate. Both of them join together, and joint review of progress. Now and then you have to sit together and you have to check what they have achieved, why they have not achieved, what are the problems, how they can overcome the problems. Okay, all these things they have to make a review report, a review progress. Okay, this is what the process of MBO. Okay, the following steps. Then advantages of MBO. What is the advantage? What is the benefit? Okay, what will be the benefit? If you do like that, what will happen? Okay, see, uh, accomplishes consistency in objectives. Okay, you will have a consistency, regularity. Okay, you will know where you are. You will know what you have to do. You will know what are the problems. Okay, you will know. You will be able to understand the status of all the departments. Then it contributes for effective management. Yes, of course. Then it forces the management to plan the activities in a systematic way. Okay, you have a system, you have a regular meeting, you have a discussion, you have a review progress. Okay, you have a give and take policy. Okay, so which means you will know, you are very clear, you are communicated, okay, you are respected, you are recognized. Okay, then last point, it facilitates objective performance appraisal. Okay, you know what they have done, and based on that, you can give their salary or you can increase everything. Sometimes why the MBO is failing? Okay, what are the problems? What are the disadvantages? Though we have a lot of advantages, but the success of the program depends upon several factors. What are some of the factors? The first one, lack of top management involvement and support. Sometimes the top management will not support. Okay, they are not ready to sit with the employees. Okay, they are not ready to listen to them because they are used to dictate the people. But when they are asked, when they are requested, or when they are given suggestions, and people will not be ready to accept. Okay, managers are like bosses, no? They are like owners of the organization. And then lack of understanding of the philosophy behind MBO. People are not ready to know accept this. Okay, see, they will not have a consistency. MBO program, no, sometime no, when they don't understand the technology, they don't understand the approach. Okay, so MBO program in some organizations meet the resistance of employees because it is imposed on them as a control device. Okay, so people are not ready to accept it. Then lesson 2.3 policies. Okay, what do you mean by policies? Okay, so in this lesson, we are going to study types of policies, principles of policies, policy formulation, strategies. Okay, so decision making is the primary task of a manager. While making decisions, it is common that managers consult the existing organization policies relevant to the decisions. Always, sometimes, no, the problem comes, no, some managers they don't follow the policies. Okay, suppose no, for the promotion, after 5 years, you have to give promotion. So when my voice is not audible, screen is not seen, please always notify me, dear managers, future managers.
Sure, sure, sir, sure.
Okay, I'm running fast, no, because I have to cover the entire lesson. Okay. Eh? If you don't understand, if you want to give any your opinion, please always note, interrupt me. Okay, you are most welcome to interrupt me, stop me, or suggest anything. Okay, you are most welcome. Okay, see, decision making, no, is the primary task of a manager. No decisions, no, always they should be taken in the right time. Okay, if you fail to take the right decision, because there are a lot of opportunities, lot of options. Even artificial intelligence, no, the machines, no, they provide lot of options. But artificial intelligence, no, the machines, they cannot take the right decision. Okay, they can propose, but to take decision is not possible. They have thousands of options, but choosing the right one, okay, in the right time for the right people, that is no, that involves no a skill. Okay, that is what, no, we are human. There you find a difference between machines and the human beings. Okay, there we prove that no, we are different. We are different from machines. We are different from technological items like artificial intelligence and other manipulated instruments. The policies, they always provide the basic framework within which managers operate. Okay, policies everywhere they are found. Okay, suppose you are appointed in an organization in the first year. Okay, after 12 months, okay, you are in the first 12 months you are in the probationary period. The second year you are given some increment, and after second year your probation is over. Okay, you should be appointed in the regular stream, where you should have a proper scale of pay. Okay, so for each and every category there is a policy. Okay, see, the managers simply they have to follow. Okay, if they don't have policy, they have to sit with the top level management. Okay, then they must have a decision discussion and come out with the right policies. So that's what the meaning of policies. The types of policies: originated policies, appealed policies, implied policies, externally imposed policies. Okay, see, importance of policies. The policies provide a framework for decisions. I already told you, explained to you. It is a framework. It is a guideline. Okay, you simply look into the policies. Suppose people ask, "Sir, when we will give a promotion?" So we have to look into the policy. Okay, policy. It is a policy matter. Okay, after 2 years, after 3 years, or after 4 years, or after 5 years. Okay, increment, when the increment, every 6 months or every 3 months or every year. Okay, everything, or performance based increment. Okay, anything and everything, all should be put into the document. Okay, that should be common for everyone. Okay, that should be objective one, not a partiality. Okay, that's why no, we are creating a policies. Managers may come and go, employees may come and go, but no, the company should remain. No, the company should be able to run, should be able to move, should be able to function. That is why we have these policies. Principles of policy making. Okay, before no making a policy, no, What you have to do, you have to understand what is the business you are doing, define the business, assess the future environment. Okay, what will happen in the future, whether you will be able to continue the business, or you want to extend your business, or change your product, or change the employees, or change the technology. Okay, everything you have to assess. Ensure availability of resources. You should know. You cannot simply know put into the policy document that after second year your, so far the first year your salary was 18,000, second year your salary was 36,000. Okay, after the end of the second year your salary should come into 40,000 or 50,000, without thinking about the future's resources. Okay, sometimes salary will be very high and you will not have any profit in the organization. Then you have to pay to pay the salary, you have to get the loan. Then ultimately you cannot run your organization. You have to sell everything, and you have to settle down with the employees and close down. Okay, go home. You have to go home. That's all. That's why always you have to ensure what are the resources, business opportunities, availability of resources, okay, raw materials and everything. And of course, you have to communicate the policies. Policy formulation, how to formulate the policy. First of all, you have to understand the corporate mission. Okay, every business will have a mission. Okay, NLC, Navy Lignite Corporation, they have a mission. Hospital, they have a mission. Educational organization, they have a mission. Okay, medical college, they have a mission. Likewise, see all the organizations. Okay, they have a mission, and the appraisal of the environment. Always you have to evaluate. Then corporate your business analysis. Always you must have alternatives. Identify the alternatives. Identify the various options. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. Then choice of the right policy. There are many policies, but you have to choose the right one. And how you have to implement, where you have to implement, what is the methodology of executing the policy. That's what we call the policy implementation. The major areas of policy making. Okay, where you will find policy making, production, yes, marketing, finance, personnel, that is appointing the people, and strategies, techniques. Okay, in all these areas, you have to create a policy. Appropriateness of business strategy. Okay, so you must have a consistency, internal consistency, consistency with the environment. Always know. So you see here, you have to have the consistency. You should not simply change. Now and then you should not create a change and make a disturbance. Then you will not be in the right. You will not be in the business movement. Okay. Then appropriateness in the light of available resources, acceptable degree of risk, appropriate time horizon, workability. Okay. See your business strategy. Must have all these points. Okay. Consistency. Your regular. Uh, you must maintain a system. Okay, that's what called follow a system. That's what consistency. And the consistency with the environment. Yeah. Yeah, you should not now and then you should not remove the people. Now and then you should not appoint the people. Now and then you should not reduce the salary or increase the salary. Now and then you should not change the business. Okay, that and all you should not do it. So these are the points. Appropriateness. The lesson 2.4, decision making. 1 minute, just simply go through. Let me take water. Simply go through the points. 1 minute, let me take water. Decision making. What do you mean by decision making?
So decision making is like looking at what coming to a conclusion. Sir. I mean, how we can achieve our goals.
Okay, very good. So decision making always you See, this is a very, very important skill, no? Okay. It's a power that distinguishes a manager from others in an organization. It's a course of managing an organization. Every now and then you will have problems, no, for the managers. Okay, lot of choices. So you are all going to be a future managers. Okay. Sometimes some taking a wrong decision, no, will affect the entire process. So always you have to think not twice, think many times, and you should always not take a good decision for the sake of organization and for the sake of employees. Okay, you have to save both the organization as well as the employees. So decision making in simple, it is defined as a selection of future course of action from among various alternatives. You have to choose the right option. Okay, the characteristics decision making is a continuous process. Okay, that's why I tell you, you take one decision, that's all. Business is over, the action is over. You cannot say. It is a going on process. It is a continuous process. It involves a choice. Okay, therefore presupposes existence of alternatives. Lot of options will be there. Plan A, plan B, plan C. If doesn't happen, what you have to do? Plan B. The plan B, if you have a failure, what you have to do? Always you should have options. At the same time, you have to choose the right, right choice. That is very important. Decision making law is always purposive. Okay, you have to achieve. The types of decisions: programmed, non-programmed decisions, operational, strategic, organizational, personal, individual, and group decisions. Okay, these are the four types. Uh, okay, programmed. No, this is already fixed. That's what called programmed. We need not do anything. Okay, you have to simply see after the appointment what you have to do. Okay, after appointing a person in the organization, what you have to do. Okay, you have a plan already. Okay, you have already a description. Okay, what is the salary? Okay, where they have to work? What are the other benefits? Everything you know. After the end of first year, what you have to do? You have a program. You have already predetermined, structured. Non-programmed, you don't have any structure like that. Okay, because the situations change. It's not a regular situation. Okay, suppose a raw material deficiency you find. Okay, where you have to buy the raw material. Okay, sometimes an employee is reacting. Okay, employee is not cooperating. Employee is fighting with the top level management, or a fight among the employees, or a strike has come. Okay, some type of no unexpected things happen. Okay, so there you have to think, no. So then you have to operational decision. This is you know is a tactical decision. Operationally a tactical decisions relate to the present. The primary purpose is to achieve a high degree of efficiency in the company's ongoing operations. Okay, that's what operational, the working the working environment. Okay, where you have to look into the better working conditions, effective supervision. Okay, prudent use of existing resources, better maintenance of the equipment. All these things come under operational decision. Okay, working condition is not good means no people will not be ready to work. Okay, you have to have supervision. If you don't supervise, you have a you don't have a system, then people know they will become lazy and they will not achieve the target. Okay, that's what the strategic decision. See, on the other hand, expanding the scale of operations, okay, entering new market, changing the product mix, shifting the manufacturing facility, okay, from one place to another, alliance with other companies, they are all strategic. Okay, they are not like operational. Strategy means you have a future plan, long term plan. Okay, what strategies you can apply, what strategies you can use. That's what called the strategic decisions. Okay, this is not an ordinary decision. That is no aiming at achieving a target. Okay, it's changing the business plan, yeah, or innovative plan. That's what called the strategic. Operational is a normal thing. Organizational decisions taken by managers in the ordinary course of business. Okay, ordinary course of in the capacity as managers. relating to the organization issues, like for example, decisions regarding introducing a new incentive system, transferring the employee, reallocation, redeployment. Okay, these are all called organizational decision. But personal decision, that is his own decision. Personal decision, he wants to resign. Okay, he wants to transfer himself. Okay, these are all the personal decisions. Individual decision and group decision. Individual decision is all these decisions are taken by managers, okay, and not by the employees, managers. Okay, it is quite common. Some decisions are taken by manager individually, while some decisions are taken collectively by a group of managers. Okay, that's what the quarter. Suppose he is very clear about what he can do, then he himself decides. Individually, he takes decision. He is very conscious. Okay, he's not. Uh, is definitely is very sure about the consequences of the decisions. Then in that case, no, it need not depend upon the group decisions. But in the group decisions, is consulting with the other managers. Okay, suppose they are going to change the business, then he has to discuss with the production manager, sales manager, all the other managers. So group decisions, you have to take the group decisions in that case. So steps in the decision making process, what are the steps? So you have to define the problem first of all. You cannot simply take the decision, no? You have to define. First of all, people are not able to identify the problem. Diagnosis, no? Doctors first, no? You go to doctors. Many times you go, okay? Sometimes doctors, they don't find out the problem. But they ask for you to check, everything. They take a scan. They ask you to go to the medical, medical checkup, that, this and that, no? They get money of, 10,000. Then finally they say nothing. Okay, no problem, they say. But again, the problem continues in your body. Some doctors, without going to any other, asking you to go for any other test, no, they will simply tell you that this could be the problem. You go and check. Okay, so first of all, identify the problem. People know they think something else, and they take a wrong decision. So where is the problem? What is the problem? Okay, that you have to identify as a future manager. No, first thing you have to do is what is the problem? Where is the problem? Then simply you should not keep quiet afterwards. You have to analyze the problem. Okay, so what is the impact, or what is the intensity? eh? What will be the consequence? Okay, that and all, who is creating, where is the problem, where it will expand, that and all, sometimes students strike, starts from one college, or starts from one university, it spreads to the entire state. Sometimes it spreads to the whole country. Even you find, in other countries. Am I correct? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
I
sir.
am.
Yes, sir, you are correct, sir.
Hi,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir. Okay, okay. Because this time I did not have interaction. I'm sorry, because I have to cover. No, this is third class. I have to cover. No, that's why I did not ask you. Okay. In the case study, I will
Okay,
ask you some questions. Okay. If you have enough time, no, we will have a lot of interaction. I'm sorry. Okay.
No
okay,
problem, sir. We are
okay,
following
sir.
you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So this is very important. Analyzing. No. So you have to analyze why. And third point, develop alternatives.
Sir, your
Always.
voice is getting disturbed, sir.
Pardon.
So voice is getting disturbed, sir.
Voice is getting disconnected.
So unwanted noise is coming.
Okay, okay, okay. So, others, can you please mute your mic, please? Because I am now looking into the PowerPoint. I
We are
think
able
I
to
think.
hear you clearly, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Okay. You also look into your correct internet connectivity, please. Others, you be in the place where you get the internet connection clearly. That also you have to check. Okay, so develop alternatives. Always, you should not always think that this is only there is only one possibility. You should not come to the conclusion. Managers, no, you should not come to the conclusion, okay, only this is the only solution, this will be the only right solutions, there are no other ways, that's all, the business is going to be over, oh my god, I cannot do anything, I don't have any opportunities, I don't have any other options. You should not think like that. Always you have to develop alternatives. What are the other chances, what are the other options? Okay, option 1, option 2, option 3. Okay, always you have to think like that. Then you evaluate the alternatives. Okay, if we choose this option 1, what will happen? Will it be good? Will it fetch any benefit to the organization? You have to evaluate what will happen, where will be the loss, or whether it will affect the organization, affect the people, affect the business. Okay, you have to evaluate each and every option. Then select and implement the decision. You have to choose the right alternative. Okay, you have to select and implement it. You should not select and you keep quiet. Okay, you have to implement. Okay, the manager not only he is thinking faculty, he should also be a person of action. Okay, person of action. Some people, they simply talk and go away. Okay, like politicians, politicians, they will say that this they will do, that they will change this, they will make this one, make this country a number one country in the world, they will say. But the action, they will keep quiet. Okay, they will not be found anywhere. So always the manager should not be like a politician. A manager should be a person of action. Okay, implement the decision. And after implementing, you should not stop at the point. You have to make a follow up. You have to check what is happening. Any problem is happening. Whether people find a problem, because we are introducing the decision. We are introducing as an action. Okay, what is happening? You have to check their feedback. You have to ask the employees feedback. Are you finding satisfaction? Are you happy? Are you happy with the new product? Are you happy with the new business? Are you happy with the new structure? You have to ask their feedback. No, there are different varieties. Okay, feedback you can ask from different people, different sources, but always you should have a feedback system. Okay, you should not always keep the people they say, sir, wonderful sir, what you have done is good sir, super sir, super sir, that people they say jalra. Okay, whatever you say, they say yes, 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 they will say okay, okay sir, okay, they will clap and say wonderful sir, but ultimately you'll be in a problem. Okay, so you have to always I'm having in my department a person who will always give a correct feedback. Will say, father, this is correct, this is not correct, father, this will create a problem. So I treat him as a best counselor for me. Okay, for my management. Okay, so you should always have a, you should always welcome people who give comments, who give negative comments as well as positive comments. Okay, with those comments, with those feedback, you can change the decision, or you can make a small change in your decision, and that will create a wonderful atmosphere in your organization. So this is the rationality in decision making. Okay, why? Okay, how you have to take decision. All these things, we have discussed. See, these things, he has to see. The third point, you see, decisions are related to future. Managers cannot foresee all the future consequences accurately. Okay, so you see, he has to be very careful. Okay, so few human factors like value systems, perceptions, prejudices, social factors may enter the decision making process. Okay, sometimes you may think this organization, these people people from this state they are not at all good. They will not work. They are lazy. We should all remove all those prejudices as perceptions. Okay, so you have to see that these things are involved. I will share with the PowerPoint later. What are the barriers in decision making? What are the problems? Okay, the 3 points, bulleted points, you look into it. The tendency to respond to the problem instantaneously without proper information thinking. So people know immediately they take the decision. No, they don't know collect data. Sometimes no, people come and say, "Sir, this is the person, sir, who said these things, sir. It is because of him, sir. The business, sir. We are not able to run, sir, successfully." Some people, some say, they say, come and say, out of no vengeance, out of no jealousy, they say something. Immediately the managers know, oh my God, what you said is correct. Is you should not believe anybody. Okay, you have to know always know collect data where it working. You has to be patient. You should not be no. You should not be urged take a emergency decision. You has to wait, collect data, think. Okay, use your thinking capacity. Okay, so these are the barriers. People sometimes know they respond immediately. That you should not do. They react. I tell you, you respond. Reaction. There is a difference between reaction and response. Response, you take you collect data. Then tendency of human beings to evaluate a given problem with the preconceived notions. Okay, always know people have a preconceived idea. That's what called the prejudice. Okay, they have something in their mind. Oh, these people. Oh, these people from coming from these people. Oh, this production department. Oh, this sales department. This accounting department. They always create problem. They don't understand. Okay, likewise, no, you should not have any preconceived idea. You have to be an open person. Hmm? You should be open to receive feedback, open to receive comments, open to receive people's opinions. Okay, only then no you'll be able to approach the problem, approach the problem, analyze the problem, and you'll be able to give a solution to the problem. You should have an open mind. Okay, you should not have any other things in your mind. Tendency to resist new and innovative solutions. Always know this is always there everywhere. See, now we are learning classes through online mode. This is something new, innovative. You don't need to spend money to come to Pondicherry or come to go to the respective study center. Okay, you have to travel, spend time. This is a new methodology. People will say, oh my God, I don't have internet connection. I have a problem. I don't have a laptop. I don't know how to use the PowerPoint. I don't know how to create PowerPoint. Okay, people will say, but you have to tell them, teach them, train them. You train them how to use the laptop. You train them how to use the PowerPoint. Then you'll
Sorry
be
to
able to
interrupt you,
solve
sir.
the
Voice is
problem.
again not clear, sir. Interruption is happening.
Voice is going down. Is my voice going down?
Yes, sir. Interference, sir.
I think Abdul, your internet has got some problem. We can hear it
My
perfectly.
internet?
Sarah's voice is
Is
No,
my
sir, your
internet
voice is
No,
very
creating a...
clear.
Abdul's.
Okay, okay.
Your
Please,
voice is
others,
clear.
please look into your connectivity, because sometimes this happens. Okay, when the connectivity is we don't have 100% no. If you don't have connectivity, then it will you will not be able to see the screen. You will not be able to listen to the voice. Please check your internet connectivity. The speed. Okay, techniques of decision making. Okay, so far we have understood why the manager should take decision. Okay, how to take decision. Okay, all those things we have seen. Now the techniques of decision making. First one, brainstorming. Brainstorming means simply you don't have any structure. You have to think simply. You have to think. You don't worry about the positive impact or negative impact. Okay, anything. The problem is the given to you. Given the problem, you think any alternative, any solution. That's what called brainstorming. Okay, you don't have any conditions. You should not make any standard. You should not make any uh, fix the standard. Simply you have to think. Okay, you have multiple solutions. Okay, you will be able to get multiple solutions because you don't you don't fix your mind. You don't stop your mind. You don't give any rules and regulations to your mind. Why you have to think like that. Okay, you should not think beyond that. Okay, no no regulation, no stumbling block, no barrier to thinking. You have to simply think on your own. That's what this is the first technique, brainstorming. Second one is synectics. Synectics is a new concept developed by William J. Gordon. Okay, it is synectics is derived from a Greek word which means fitting together of diverse elements. Fitting together of diverse elements. This is what called the synectics. Okay, it starts on the premise of encouraging that this concept encourages novel thinking for the development of alternatives through putting together different ideas which are distinct from each other. A given problem is presented to a group of people with different backgrounds and varied experiences. It is a responsibility of the group leader to present the problem and lead the discussion in order to stimulate creative solutions. So this approach ensures on the spot evaluation of ideas. Okay, so now this is synectics, no? So fitting together different ideas. Okay, that's what it says. Synchronizing. Okay, synchronizing different ideas. Okay, people know in the group of people who are sitting together, they have different types of experiences. You tell them to come out with decisions, come out with choices, solutions, and on the spot you take the a leader. No, he should lead, and you have to evaluate that then and there, and come out with a new idea, come out with a right solution. This is what called synectics. Third method,
Sir,
operation
then
research.
in that case,
Yes,
like what could be the difference between a brainstorming and synetics?
brainstorming, you don't have any leader. Brainstorming, you don't have any leader. Okay, you don't evaluate. Brainstorming, you don't evaluate. Okay, you don't have people with knowledge, experiences. Okay, special experiences, expertise, nothing. A problem is given. Simply you think. Okay, so with the petrol now, hereafter you cannot use petrol. Hereafter you cannot use electric. You cannot use solar. So find out what will be the possibility. Simply the problem is given.
So can we
Okay,
say that brainstorming is the initial process and synetics comes afterwards?
what's that? Brainstorming. Repeat.
Can we say that brainstorming is the initial process and synetics comes afterwards?
Yes, 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 yes. What you said is correct. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, you. Okay, it's good. Okay, see, it is this one developed by Osborne. You can read in the notes. Okay, okay. This is a free and open environment where members of the group participate without any inhibitions. Anybody can anybody can say any idea, a student or staff or any other department people. Okay, top level management, low level management. Anybody can give their opinion. But Synect is not in that case. No, you have a people who are with experiences, who are with knowledge, but there will be a leader. You have to evaluate the idea, and they will tell. Okay, see, technical, the leader who is a technical expert. The second is synectics. He assists the group in evaluating the feasibility of their ideas. They'll be telling their idea. The leader will tell, "Oh, this is feasible. This is possible. This idea, do you think that is it possible?" People will say, "Okay." People will come out with options. Okay. So experience shows synectics is less widely used than brainstorming. When the problem is tough and challenging, this approach is used for effective decision making. Okay, what you said is correct, my dear. So brainstorming is the first step. Okay, so open environment. You don't have any expert.
Sir, sir,
Yes.
just to know, sir, say if brainstorming, I mean, if that technique is failed, then people will go on phonetics, or they'll don't use any effort.
What do you think? People will go to brainstorming technique or synectism? That's what the question.
No, sir, if the brainstorming technique is not feasible for them, then will they opt for phonetics, or will they
Yes,
not
yes, yes. See,
look out?
see. Oh, yes. What you said is, see, they will not simply follow any one method. Okay, this brainstorming, first, to get more ideas. You should not restrict your mind. Always if you restrict, you cannot think creatively. New ideas will not come, no. You create in an open environment. Okay. You get some ideas from a group of people. Then with those ideas, okay, you find out the people who have experiences. Maybe you have second type, synectics. Okay. You should not think that no, with one method everything will be over. Okay. So these are the different techniques. When you want to invite, no, when you want to get more ideas, new ideas, creative ideas, you can use the method brainstorming. Okay. When you want to implement the idea, when you want to find out the problems, when you want to find out the complications in the idea, you use the synectics. Okay. Where you will have evaluation is there. The feasibility, you check the feasibility is possible in the synectics method. You don't have any restriction in the first method. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Operation research. This is the third method. This is a systematic method of studying the basic structure, functions, relationships of an organization as an open system. See, you have also methods, 6 steps in this method. This is the third method. What you are doing here, first you have to identify the problem, then construction of a mathematical model to investigate the problem. Okay, you have a system, you have a model. Okay, simply know analyzing the problem. Okay, what is the problem, where is the problem, what is the complication, where it affects. Okay, you have a model. Okay, to analyze the complications of the problem in a 360-degree. That's what called the second step, a mathematical model to investigate. Then developing a good solution, then testing the model in the light of the data available. Okay, you have got the data. Okay, you got the data. With those data you analyze the solution, then identify and setting up the control points. Okay, you have to check, no, monitoring, you have to check. Okay, then implementation of the option as a solution to a critical problem. Okay, this is the operation research. This is the third technique of decision making. This is a systematic. Okay, this is a scientific. You have a data, you collect data, you have a model. Okay, data analysis model. Okay, data, you have a data science. Okay, a lot of now statistical methods they have come. Okay, using those statistical methods, no, you analyze, you find out a solution, and you check and implement. So unit 3, organization structure and design. Okay, so you are going to be a manager for an organization. Okay, so that's why we are studying this lesson. What is the organization structure? What is the design of an organization? Managerial function, organizing, may be understood as defining and grouping of the activities of the enterprise and establishing authority, responsibility, relationships among them. Okay, this is what management. This is what an organization. You have a lot of activities. Okay, where you have authority, where you have responsibility, where you have relationship among them. Okay, between the employees and the employers. Okay, among the employers. Okay, it results in the creation of a structure most appropriate for the organization objectives and other internal and external factors. Okay, so to achieve the goals, okay, to group the activities or to implement the activities, we must have a structure. Okay, so somebody should be there to lead them, somebody should be there to guide, somebody should be there to implement, somebody should be there to execute, somebody should be there to work. Okay, that's why see, we have to create a structure. Okay, it results in the creation of a structure most appropriate for the organization's objectives. Okay, if you are going to manufacture a car, okay, so who will be the boss and everything, what is the structure, where you will have a production, what type of car, and who will be manufacturing, who will be doing, who will be coordinating. So all those things, internal factors and external factors. Okay, purchasing, collecting raw material, selling, advertising. Okay, all those things are involved. The best structure is the one that enables the organization to interact effectively with this environment, to efficiently channelize the efforts of its people to make efficient use of its resources. Always know, people they are also sources. They are the primary sources. Okay, people who are going to work in your organization, people who are the partakers, who are the stockholders. Okay, they are very important. You have to know, use the environment, use the people, use the resources effectively. Okay, that effective utilization of all those resources. Okay, you create a structure that will make all the people, all the resources available in the organization, they are effectively utilized. Okay, they are coordinated, they are organized. Then you can say that you have a best structure. Steps in organizing process. Steps in organizing process. Organizing is a multi-step process consisting of the following: detailing all the work that must be done to attain the objectives, dividing the total
Sir,
work into activities that converge. Yes?
there is a case study in the second unit.
Okay. You have a case study here? Oh my God, I stopped. Okay, let me go to the case study. Thank you, ma. I did not see it. Okay. With the case study, we will finish today. Okay. We have 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Let me go to the case study. Very good. Thank you, ma. Thank you for reminding me. Let me go to the study materials, management concepts, the management concepts. Page number, page number 78.
78.
Okay. Oh my God, it doesn't go. Good. So, wait. Let me maximize it. Here it is there. How to maximize? Okay, the day has finally come. Mr. Rajesh is to assume the position of president of Metro Manufacturing. Metro is a widely respected producer of high quality control mechanisms. When the previous president retired, Rajesh was identified as the likely choice for assuming the post. He was respected for his competence in the field and for his ability to work with employees at all levels of operations. Rajesh arrived at work early this morning, not so much to work but to think. As he sits behind his new executive desk, drinking up a cup of coffee, his thoughts go back to his early days with the Metro. Okay, so Mr. Rajesh is assuming as the president of Metro Manufacturing Company. Okay, is a widely respected producer of high quality control mechanism. So he's thinking about, okay, when he's taking a coffee, okay, he's appointed as the president. Okay, he's thinking about his past. 20 years ago, Rajesh was just a young man right out of college with no business experience and degree. He was hired as an assistant foreman and was placed immediately on the production line. Oh, those were the days, he thought. Seems like there was a problem that required solving every minute. Thank goodness for the standard operating procedures manuals. Okay, he has the policies, okay, structure for a foreman who was patient enough to answer my questions. Didn't have to make too many critical decisions then, but I sure was putting out a lot of daily fires. Okay, so those days, okay, as the nostalgia influence continues, okay, he's thinking about the past. Okay, Rajesh thinks back to the time when he was taken off the production line, promoted into middle management. Okay, first he was a foreman. Okay, he had the manual. He followed the manuals. Okay, he did not have a lot of problems. But afterwards, he was appointed as the person in the production line, promoted into the taken off from the production line to middle level management. Things sure did change then, he thought. As a production manager, he had to think no further into the future. Okay. As a foreman, Rajesh was primarily concerned with meeting daily production requirements. Foreman, he was not thinking. He has to execute, okay, daily activities. But a production manager, he has to think about the future. Now he had a plan weeks and even months in advance. Okay, he has to plan, okay, to do in the future. The human and communication problems remained, although it seems like the reports he had to write were longer. But as he remembers, the major changes occurred because he had to do more creative thinking. Laughing to himself, he thought about the time he went to the files to pull out on standard operating procedures. That's what called SOP. For an unusual problem, he had to confront, and there was none. He was frustrated because he had to handle the problem with little assistance. As his analytical decision making and conceptual ability increased, he found himself using his technical skills less and less. Because he is a production manager, he is not using the technical skill, but his analytical decision making skill, they are increasing. So another cup of coffee provided the stimulus to think about the special promotion he made to vice president of planning 5 years ago. Okay, he's thinking about the last 5 years. Okay, he was promoted as a vice president. Okay, it was a major hurdle in his life because he has been in heavy competition with 5 well-qualified managers. Okay, a lot of competitions. He had heard through the grapevine. Grapevine means hear from the people, hearsay. Okay, people say something. No, oral communication, not official communication. Grapevine communication. That he had received the position because he was able to think for himself. Okay, so he is thinking. Okay, it is because of the thinking ability he got the promotion. But even his past training did not fully prepare Rajesh for the demands of the job. He had to learn much of it on his own because he is thinking for himself. Rather than thin months into the future, he now was required to envision years. Okay, he has to think for future plan. Grinding, he remembered that at first he did not realize that there were so many people outside of production that he had to coordinate activities with. Marketing and finance had to be tied together with the production. Okay, he's thinking. Okay, his conceptual and decision making skills continue to increase. Okay, he's now thinking. Okay, production department, marketing department, finance department, all these three departments should join together and plan for production. So is still more his thinking skill is increasing. A long time ago, the benefits of the good old SOP lost their value. Okay, in the long time ago, he had the manual. Okay, he has to simply follow the manual. But nowadays, that is not possible. Okay, you cannot know always go to the SOP and find out what you can do. That is not at all possible now. Now you have to think, you have to analyze. But now, as Rajesh looks at his desk plate, which says president, now he is a president. Okay, first he was a foreman, then production manager, then vice president for 5 years. Then he is the president now. So now he gets new thoughts run through his mind. A whole new world opens to him now. He wonders what new requirements will be placed on him. A twinge of fear moves through his body as the thoughts of the new job take hold. What skills will be now needed to be successful? Did you under okay now as a president? No, he is now a little fearful. Okay, what he has to do? Okay, the what skills he must have? All these things he is thinking. Okay, do you understand the case now, dear students? Do you understand the case now? Now it's 10 o'clock. In the
Yes,
next
sir.
class we will.
Yes,
So
sir.
the okay, what skills you must have? That's the question. Okay, so you understood the case, but based on the question you have to answer. So it's 10 o'clock. I should not steal the other resource person time. In the next class, we will discuss how we have to answer the questions. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
sir.
Sir, can
Yes,
you
sir.
please share
Okay.
your
Yes, sir.
PPT, please?
Yes.
Sir,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. Okay. I will share in your group WhatsApp group. Okay. Okay. Wish you all the best. We will see you in the next class. Okay. We will analyze each and every question how we have to solve the problem. Okay.
Sure,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Was the class okay for you today?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I
sir.
did not
Sure.
have
Yes, sir.
much interaction. I'm sorry. I did not have much interaction because less time we have. I have to
Thank
simply
you,
go
sir.
through, go first. Okay. Wishing all the best. God bless you. Bye bye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for
Thank
your
you.
likes. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank
Wonderful.
you, sir.
Wonderful cooperation. Thank you.
What will be our next class?
Good morning, all of you. Just a second.
Morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Very good morning.
Good
Very
morning,
good.
ma'am.
Last class, what we have studied? Do you remember?
Ratio analysis.
Ratio analysis we have completed, huh?
Depreciation.
No, ma'am.
Depreciation accounting and ratio analysis completed. Ratio analysis completed, huh?
Ma'am, it was going on.
Calculation of ratios to balance sheet we have done. Some problems we have done, I think so, right?
Yes, ma'am. We have done ratios with respect to the current assets is to current liabilities, then debt equity ratio, and then how to calculate the capital assets and capital liabilities with respect to the current ratio, current assets ratio. Like we have
Okay,
done all of these.
okay. Let us do next chapter. Then, if we have time, I will do one more case study problem in ratio analysis later on. Okay. Let us start with first chapter, marginal costing. Let us see. Okay, let us see unit 3, fund flow analysis and cash flow analysis. Okay. Okay, let us see fund flow and cash flow analysis unit 3, unit 4, marginal costing and cost volume CVP analysis. Okay, let us see one by one. um, Fund flow statement. You are preparing final accounts for trading profit and loss account and balance sheet. That is the only financial statement, right? That financial statement gives you only the information what is the profit ascertained or loss incurred, and then what is the assets and liabilities position at the end of the financial year or accounting year, right? So only that information is insufficient to take decision making, both internal decision making management activities as well as outsiders also, right? So that is why we are preparing a ratio analysis for comparing the various efficiency of management, and then solvency position, what is the liquidity position, what is the profitability position. We are interpreting the ratios, interpreting the final statements, final accounts with the help of ratio analysis. Similar way, fund flow statement is also, it helps the management to take what is the working capital, is it sufficient or insufficient, or if it is inadequate, we have to arrange for working capital. That is why we are preparing fund flow statement. Fund flow statement is a statement which gives you the overall view of what is the working capital this year. That is, you have to compare to balance sheet period, whether how much is it increased or decreased the working capital in the business. It is working capital is very very essential. What is working capital? What is working capital?
Ma'am, current assets minus current liabilities.
Current assets minus current liability, very good. That is net working capital. Generally, current asset is the gross working capital. What is working capital? Why working capital is essential? What is working capital cycle? Working capital means current asset means what are the things you need? You have to produce the goods. For that, what you need? You have to purchase raw materials, isn't it? So you have to purchase raw materials. You have to pay wages to your workers, and then you have to pay other expenditures which is incurred for production, and then that finished goods, that is raw material converted into work in process, then work in process finished terms into finished goods. Finished goods, when you are selling to your customer, it may be a cash sales or credit sales. Credit sales, you may give 2 months or 1 month credit period. After you are getting money, what are the money you are investing for the production process? It will take some time to get back your invested money, isn't it? You
Yes,
understand
ma'am.
that
Yes.
investment, what you are investing in the business for the production period, it depends upon the nature of the product, nature of the business, size of the business. It depends, it may vary, right? So it will take some time to get back your money to reinvest into this business for production activities, right? So that is called as working capital. That will take some time. To it may be a 2 months or 3 months, right? So till that time you need liquid amount, liquid asset. That is why current asset we are treating it as a working capital, gross working capital. So how current liabilities, why you are deducting? Why? Because we have to pay for your customer, supplier. When you are purchasing the raw material, you have to pay, right? So when you are making credit sales, you have to collect it from your debtor. You have to pay wages, right? So that is why current asset minus current liability is the net working capital, how much it is in the business. So you have to compare with the previous year balance sheet, what is the working capital generated during this year. So when you are preparing, finding the profit and loss account, that funds were how much fund you are generated from the business, that also you have to find out. And you have to find out increase or decrease in the working capital from the business. Why? Because if you have to see whether your working capital is sufficient or insufficient or inadequate. So you suppose if your working capital is inadequate, what will happen? What will happen? What is the impact?
Loss of returns.
Loss of return, no loss of return. You have to bear the financial risk. So if you have insufficient cash or insufficient short-term assets, so what will happen? You are unable to pay your creditor, supplier. Once if you are failed to pay your creditor, what will happen? They will stop their supply of raw material. Then your production activity will be affected, isn't it? So your working capital, if it is inadequate, the entire production process will get affected, right? And also your supplier, if you are not able to pay, you have to face the financial risk. And then you have to sometimes even big business or big business companies may also go into liquidation, wind up situation also may arise. So we do not know. So that is why we should be very careful about the working capital, right? So suppose if you are having plenty of working capital, you need only 1 lakh, but you are keeping 10 lakhs as working capital, liquid cash, what will happen? What is the impact? If you are having too much of working capital in the business, working capital means what? Current assets easily converted into cash. What will be affected? What will be affected?
Cash flow will be disturbed.
Profitability will be affected, isn't it? Instead of you are keeping cash, if you are investing into the any short term investment or even bank deposits, you are getting 6%, at least minimum rate of return you can get it, isn't it? You are earning 1 lakh rupees. Your home expenditure only 30,000. Okay, you can have 10,000 as a emergency fund. Remaining 50,000, instead of keeping in your hand, you can deposit into the bank, or you can invest in short-term securities in the market. So whatever it is, if you are investing, then only it will be multiple. Profitability will be generated. Otherwise, your profitability will be affected. If you are keeping liquid cash in the business, that will be affected. So you have to play with you have to be always trade on between liquidity and profitability. Working capital, you have to trade on between or profitability and liquidity. You should be very careful. It should not be too much of working capital, and at the same time it should not be inadequate working capital. So working capital is very, very essential, right?
Ma'am,
So yes,
ma'am, so excess liquid cash can also be a liability, is it?
not liability. It will
Okay.
not generate any profit. It will affect your profitability,
Okay, okay.
right? So the fund flow statement, it is a statement we are preparing to analyze the what is the changes in financial position between the two balance sheet date. Two balance sheet, in that you have to find out what is the changes in financial position, and you have to see what is the inflow of fund, what is the outflow of fund. So inflow of fund, outflow of fund means what is the sources of fund, how you are generating fund, how you are getting fund, investment for your business, what are the sources.
Ma'am, either by share capital, by issuing debentures,
Yes, that is long
and by
term.
taking loan
Yes,
from bank.
yes, very good. So these are the sources of fund. Sources of fund is issue of share capital, getting long term loan, or issue of bonds or debentures. You can mortgage your assets, you can get it, and then sale of your fixed asset. These are all the sources of your fund. And then what are the uses of your fund? Applications or uses. How you are utilizing into your business.
Ma'am, purchase of raw material for the
Very good.
business, making payment to the creditors,
But purchase
incurring
of assets.
expenditures with respect to the production.
Yes, purchase of assets. You are investing into the machinery or land and building, whatever it is, right? So that is the uses or applications of fund. So you have to see what is this fund flow statement. It is a statement of sources and applications of fund. Is a technical devices to see here, definition given, designed to analyze the changes in the financial condition of the business enterprise between to balance sheet date. Okay. See here, this is the form fund inflow of fund, outflow of fund. Inflow of fund, issue of shares, issue of debenture, bank loan, sale of fixed assets or investments, operational profit. This outflow of fund is redemption of preference share capital. Redemption means what? Repayment. Repayment of your debentures or repayment of your loan, bank loan. Then purchase of fixed assets or investments, purchase of taxation and dividend. Then you have to find out what is the increase in working capital or decrease in working capital, right? So these are the what are the managerial uses and limitations. You go through this PPT later on. See, this is the fund flow statement. Fund flow statement, left hand side sources of fund, right hand side applications of fund. Sources of fund, that is issue of equity shares, issue of preference shares, issue of debentures, loan borrowed, same thing. So all these things you have to write. Then funds from operation, you have to find out funds generated from your business, that you have to find out. Application side, purchase of fixed asset, purchase of investment, redemption of shares, these are the things, right? So increase in working capital, the difference between excess of your assets to overing sources of fund, that is called increase in working capital. Suppose your applications of fund is greater than your sources of fund, that is the decrease in working capital. You have to find out through this statement, right? There is another statement. In this statement, you have to take this fund flow statement, you have to take only non-current asset and liabilities. So you have to divide into two types of your assets and liabilities. One is current assets and current liability. The another one is fixed assets and fixed liability, or non-current asset and non-current liability, right? So in this fund flow statement, you have to take only non-current item, that is long-term assets, or that is fixed assets and fixed liability and capital. So only these things you have to take into this statement. One, the current assets and current liabilities only you have to take in the statement, that is called working capital, schedule of changes in working capital. Schedule of changes in working capital, it is a statement you have to take only current assets and current liabilities. What is working capital? Current asset minus current liability, that is the working capital. Two balance sheet period will be given, that is previous year and current year. You have to compare it. Say for an example, cash in hand 10,000, previous year it is there, current year it is 15,000. So 5,000 increased, you have to put in the increase column. So effect of working capital, you have to see this is the effect of working capital. When your current asset increase, the working capital will also increase. When your current asset decrease, your working capital will also decrease. Current liability, if it is increased, your working capital will decrease. Current liability decrease, your working capital increase. It is ulta. Current asset, if it is increased, current working capital impact of your working capital will be increased. But current liability, if it is increased, your working capital will be decreased, reverse, right? So you should be keep it in your mind while preparing this schedule of changes in working capital, right? Then you have to prepare adjusted profit and loss account for preparing the finding the funds from operation. Funds from operation is nothing but what is the funds generated from your business. How you have to find out? That is, in when you are preparing trading profit and loss account, you are finding net profit, right? So net profit, it includes non-cash item and non-trading items. So what is non-cash item and non-trading item? While preparing profit and loss account, debit side, you are writing depreciation, loss of sale of machinery, and then transferring to general reserve, payment of taxation, payment of dividend, and then when you are write of goodwill, bad debts, these are all non-cash, and the payment of commission paid to some other activities, not for business, right? So that non-cash and non-trading expenditures, you are already written in the while preparing the net profit and loss account. You have written. Now you have to eliminate only what is the cash item generated. Fund means profit generated from your business. You have to find out. For that, you have to reverse it. You have to eliminate the non-cash expenditure and non-trading expenditures. You have to eliminate, and then a non-trading income, dividend received, interest received, profit on sale of fixed assets. These are all non-trading income, and these are the things you have to adjust to find out funds from operation or funds generated from your business. Or simply net profit, if it is again, you have to add non-cash expenditure and non-trading expenditure minus non-operating or non-trading income. So you can find out that is funds from operation. Okay, there are some adjustments are there. In the adjustments will be given, you have, that is depreciation, dividend paid, income tax, provision, interim dividend, loss on sale of assets. These are all the journal entries I have given. I will do one problem, you can understand, right? Let us do. See here. The following are the summarizers of the balance sheets of Bharat Vijay Limited on 31/12/2002 and 31/12/2003. For the following additional informations are given. Net profit for the year 40,000 for charging depreciation. After charging depreciation, during the depreciation charged was 30,000 on building and 40,000 on machinery. These are the adjustments are given, right? From the above information, prepare a statement of changes in working capital and statement of sources and applications of fund, right? This is the 2 years balance sheet are given. 2002 and 2003, 2002 and 2003 liabilities, assets are given, right? See, let us prepare statement of here. They are asking, you have to see your examination question paper, what they are asking you to prepare. Statement or schedule of changes in working capital, if it is asking, you have to take only this statement. You have to current assets and current liabilities, you have to take it and find out, right? So if they are asking statement of sources and applications of fund, which means fund flow statement, so this statement you have to prepare. Okay, so if both the statement, if you are preparing, you will get the same answer, right? Let us do both the thing for your understanding, right? First, let us prepare statement of changes in working capital. Statement of changes in working capital, you have to take, see here, first you prepare the statement, particular column 2002, 2003, increase column, decrease column, right? Working capital, impact of working capital, increase column, decrease column. Let us take only first current assets. Current assets, what are they? Stock, debtor, and prepaid expenses. These three items are current assets, isn't it? So here, stock 90,000, 80,000. Is it increased or decreased? In 2002, stock is 90,000. 2003, it is 80,000. Is it increase or decrease?
Decrease.
Increase.
Decrease. Decrease. So what is your impact of your working capital? Your working capital impact is decrease. When current asset decrease, the impact of working capital will also decrease. Okay. So 10,000 you have to put in the decrease column. Okay. See debtors. Debtors, what is given? 1,40,000, 2,40,000. So increase. 1 lakh increase. You have to put in the increase column. Impact of working capital is increased by 1 lakh rupees. Right? So prepaid expenses 15,000, 25,000. So 10,000 increase. Put in the increase column. Now you make the total of current assets and current liability. Sorry, current asset for both the year. It is 2,45,000, 3,45,000. Then now let us take current liability. So what are the current liability? Creditors and bank overdraft. Creditors you see 70,000, 80,000. So current liability, if it is increased, what is the impact? Decrease in working capital. Okay, current liability, if it is increased, you have to put in the decrease column of working capital. 10,000 decreased. Then creditors 25, sorry, bank overdraft 25,000, 25,000. There is no impact. Then this provision for taxation and proposed dividend, provision for taxation and proposed dividend, you can treat either current or non-current. It is up to you. You can treat either current liability or non-current liability. Why? Because taxation we are paying every year. So that is why we may take it as a current liability. Taxation and dividend. Dividend also, after finding the profit, you have to pay to your shareholders, right? So that is why we may treat it as a current liability, or we are treating it, we are making provision. Every year we are allotting some percentage to pay for your taxation and dividend. So that is why when you are making provision, you may treat it as a long term. So that is why both the items you may treat current item or non-current item. Once if you are treating it as a current item, you have to take only in this statement. Only in this statement of changes in working capital, you should not touch anywhere else. Once if you are treating it as a non-current item, you should not take in this statement. While preparing, you should not take it. But when you are preparing the fund flow statement and adjusted P&L account, you have to take. That you have to keep it in your mind always. Provision for taxation and proposed dividend, you have to keep it in your mind. Either you can treat current or non-current. If you are treating once it is a current liability, you have to take it here. You should not take fund flow statement. Once you are treating it as a non-current, you should not take it here. You have to take it here. Okay, that you have to keep it in your mind. In this case, we are assuming that provision for taxation is non-current liability. That is why we have not taken into this statement, right? So now you make the total liability, current liability 95,000, 1,05,000. Now what is the find out net working capital? Current asset minus current liability. Current asset for 2002, it is 2,45,000 minus 95,000. So what is your working capital in the year 2002? It is 1,50,000. 2003 it is 3,45,000 minus 1,05,000. So 2,40,000 is the working capital in the year 2003. So how much it is increased? Previous year 2002 it is 1,50,000. 2003 it is 2,40,000. So how much it is the difference?
90,000.
90,000 is it increased or decreased?
Increased.
Increase.
So in the here you have to put it increase in working capital. See here, increase column 1,10,000, decrease column only how much it is 20,000. If you are deducting 1,10,000 minus 20,000, so 90,000 is the increase in working capital. Both the answer is correct. Okay, you can take only this statement or this one. Okay. So increase in working capital is 90,000. Now let us prepare fund flow statement. In fund flow statement, you have to take left hand side sources of fund, right hand side applications or uses of fund. Okay. So sources of fund side, issue of equity share capital. See here, balance sheet 3 lakhs 4 lakhs, so increased. That means what? Current year raised fund through issue of share capital 1 lakh, that is the sources. So issue of equity share capital 1 lakh you have to write in the fund flow statement sources side, right? Then debenture 2 lakhs 2,50,000, so 50,000 raised through issue of debenture. Suppose debenture 2 lakh, current year it is 1,50,000 is given. So what does it mean? What does it mean? If it is decreased debentures, that means what? Increased means issue of debenture. Current year you have raised fund through issue of debenture or bond. Okay. If it is decreased, that means what? Yes. Decreased means repayment of debenture or redemption of debenture. Redemption or repayment of debenture. That will be uses or applications of fund. Right? Here you have to write. Okay, if it is increased means it is a issue of share capital and issue of debenture. You have to write in the sources side. Suppose if it is decreased, you have to write it here redemption of bond or redemption of debenture. Right? Then see the other item, non-current item, building. See here, building.
Redemption of debenture should be put in the liability side or the asset
Debenture?
side, ma'am. Redemption of debenture should be applied in the liability side or asset side, ma'am.
No, my debenture is a liability, ma. If it is increased means what? It is issue of current year you have raised fund through issue of debenture. Once you are redemption means what? Repayment. You have repaid your debenture. That means reduced. Reduced means what? You have utilized fund to pay for your long-term debt. So that is uses or applications of fund. Fund gone outside. Okay, fund how you are getting sources, that is sources of fund. Uses are utility of your fund, or you have utilized the fund for payment of your debenture. Okay, so that is applications or uses of fund. Okay, so now you see other non-current assets. Non-current assets, what are they? Building, machinery. So building, it is 1,20,000 previous year, current year 2,50,000. See some adjustment. Depreciation might be provided on this buildings and machinery. See here what is given. During the year, depreciation charged 30,000 on building and 40,000 on machinery. So that means what? 1,20,000 is your book value. 30,000 you have deducted depreciation. That means how much it should be the end of the value? End of the year, its value, how much it would be? End of the year, how much amount should be? 1,20,000 minus depreciation 30,000. So it's a book value only. At the end of the year, it should be shown 90,000, right? 1,20,000 minus 30,000, that means 90,000. But now it is showing as your balance sheet shows 2,50,000. So what is the difference amount increased? How much is increased? 1,20,000 minus 30,000 depreciation. See, in the balance sheet, in the adjustment, it is given 30,000 on building and 40,000 on machinery. That means what? 1,60,000 purchases of building during this year. It is also given in your adjustment, even though if it is not, see here, even though if it is not given 1,60,000, it is the assumption you have assumed to take. It is the purchases of building during this year. Do you understand or not? So that is why we have to prepare some ledger accounts for your understanding. See the building account, ledger account, debit side opening balance brought down to 1,20,000. Depreciation during the year, credit side that is 30,000. So 1,20,000 minus 30,000, 90,000. So closing balance 2,50,000. That balancing figure 1,60,000 is purchases of building during this year. So purchase where you have to write user side. User side purchases of building during this year 1,60,000 you have to write. Okay. Yes or no? Next one, machinery. Machinery is 3 lakhs its value, 40,000 is depreciation. So 3 lakhs minus 40,000, its closing value will be 2,60,000. So 2,60,000 is there. So there is no purchases and sale of machinery. Okay. So if you want, you can prepare a machinery account also. Machinery account, if you are preparing, that is opening balance 3 lakhs, by depreciation 40,000. So remaining closing balance is 2,60,000, right? So there is no purchases and sale of machinery. And then there are some adjustments are there. Net profit is given. Now you have to find out funds from operation and funds generated from your operation, right? So funds generated from your operation, for that you have to prepare adjusted profit and loss account. So adjusted profit and loss account, you have to take profit and loss account balance sheet. You see profit and loss account, opening balance and closing balance. If it is given, you prepare adjusted profit and loss account. So adjusted profit and loss account, credit is a liability. So opening balance you have to bring into the credit side. So by balance brought down, opening balance is 40,000. To closing balance you have to write in the debit side. Closing balance, that is, see here, 40,000, 60,000. 40,000, 60,000, right? So now let us see the other items. You have to adjust. What are the items you have to adjust? Depreciation, dividend paid, provision for taxation made. That you have to adjust it, right? So depreciation on building 30,000 and 40,000. It is given in your problem. You have to write it. Then dividend paid. See your adjustment. Dividend paid during the year 20,000. So dividend paid, you have to write both adjusted profit and loss account debit side, and also you have to write in the fund flow statement user side. Dividend paid, you have to write both the what are the items given in the adjustment. It will take in two places, right? So one is in adjusted profit and loss account debit side, you have to take. Another one is you have to write in the user side, dividend paid 20,000, right? Here also you have to write dividend paid 20,000. Then provision for taxation. Provision for taxation, we are treating it as non-current item or long-term liability. So non-current item when you are treating, so you have to see any other taxation paid or made given in your problem. Is it given anything else? Taxation paid or made in the adjustment, if it is given, you have to prepare ledger account. See here, provision for taxation account. By opening balance, credit side you have to write opening balance 40,000. Closing balance, it is given provision for taxation. It is see here. Wait. Opening balance for 30,000, closing balance 40,000, right? So opening balance here, provision for balance product. See here, opening balance 30,000 you have to write it here. Opening by balance brought down 30,000 you have to write it. Then closing balance 40,000 first you write it, right? So if tax paid, if it is given in your problem, debit side to cash paid, what is the amount you have to write? Remaining balancing figure credit side is tax made or provided, provision provided during this year, that you have to find out. That were made you have to find out and write it in the adjusted profit and loss account. Paid you have to write in the uh, user side. Applications are user side. In this case, paid or made is nothing is given, so we are assuming that opening balance will be paid during this year. Closing balance, we are treating it as made during this year. Okay, so this 30,000 opening balance, we are treating it as paid. That is why debit side to cash account, that is tax paid during this year 30,000, right? So the current year balance, what is shown in your balance sheet, that we are treating it as made during this year. That means provided provision during this year, 40,000. This 40,000 you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account. What is the made during this year? This one you have to write. Okay. So the 30,000 you have to write in the fund flow statement. See here, tax paid 30,000 you have to write it, right? So now you have to close this adjusted profit and loss account. Your credit side is debit side is greater than your credit side. This balancing figure is called funds from operation. Suppose your credit side is greater than your debit side, that is funds lost in operation, right? So funds from operation in this case is 1,50,000. So funds from operation, if it is there, you have to write it in the sources of fund, right? Sources of fund 1,50,000. This answer you have to bring it here. This funds from operation you have to bring it here. Okay. Suppose loss, funds lost in operation, if it comes, you have to write in the applications or users side here by funds lost in operation you have to write, right? So after entering into the all the items, you have to make a total of fund flow statement. So when your sources of fund exceeds your users, that is called increase in working capital. This is the difference. Okay, this is the difference. So what is the thing? Increase in working capital, it is 90,000. Suppose your user side is greater than your sources side, that is decrease in working capital. So if you are preparing schedule of changes in working capital, either schedule of changes in working capital or fund flow statement, you will get the same answer. Working capital will be the same. Okay, do you understand? Any doubt?
Debenture.
This is the method of preparation of fund flow statement, right? See here, I have prepared some more problems also with some other adjustments. You practice it, then only you will understand. Within one problem, it is difficult to understand. You practice it. Let us go with the next one, cash flow statement. Cash flow statement is also similar method of preparation. In fund flow statement, we are preparing TTC statement of changes in working capital. What is the inflow or outflow of working capital? We have that is why we are preparing fund flow statement. Next one, cash flow statement. You have to see what is the cash. Inflow of cash and outflow of cash. Not there, fund means working capital. Here, cash flow, inflow of cash and outflow of cash, how much it is there in business, that we are by finding statement, that is called cash flow statement, right? In cash flow statement, we can divide into three activities: operating activity, investing activity, and financing activity. Operating activity means fund cash inflow and outflow through sale of goods, receipts of your customer, receipts of your interest, revenue, dividends, incomes. Then payment is expenditure, payment of wages, suppliers, operating. So all these things, payments is operating activity. Cash from fixed assets, sale of fixed assets, cash collection from loans. These are all investing. A payment to your repayment of loan. These are all investing activities. Cash through financing activities. Financing activities, that is issue of share capital or redemption of debt, repayment of loan, issue of short-term loan. These are all financing activities, right? So this is the cash flow statement. Specimen indirect method. This is there are two method. One is direct method, another one is indirect method. Direct method, that is this one is the direct method. What is the cash through operating activity, cash through investing activity, through financing activity. You have to divide and find out and make a total. That is cash flow statement, direct method. Indirect method, it is simply, it is like fund flow statement. Fund flow traditional method. This is traditional method of cash flow statement. Fund flow statement, how you have written sources of fund, uses of fund. Here, inflow of sources of cash, sources of fund, the sources and uses. Sources, that means inflow of cash, outflow of cash. Here, if you have to take start with opening cash balance and end with closing cash balance. Here, there is no two statement, only one statement we are preparing, that is cash flow statement, right? You have to start with opening cash balance and closing cash balance. The remaining items, how you are preparing in the fund flow statement, same thing. Issue of share capital, issue of preference, issue of debenture, loan borrowed, sale of fixed assets, sale of investment, all the items how you have written in fund flow statement, same thing you have to write. Only one thing, you have to start from opening cash balance, end with closing cash balance. Here, outflow, as it is what you are preparing for the purchase of fixed assets, purchase of investment, redemption of shares, redemption of debentures, repayment of loan, so payment of taxation, dividend, all this is same, right? Let us do one problem, then only you can understand cash flow statement under traditional method. See here, prepare cash flow statement. This is the balance sheet. Two-year balance sheets are given. See here. Cash flow statement for the year ending 31/12/2005. Sources of cash, that is sources side. Opening cash balance you have to start, and then see your balance sheet. Non-current item you have to take. Loan from partner, that is 20,000 increased. So that is sources. Sources you have to write 20,000. Then loan from bank, it is reduced. That means repayment of bank loan 5,000. You have to write it here. Then see the asset side. Long-term assets only you have to take. Okay. Land.
Anurag, can you unmute yourself? Anurag.
Land 20,000, 30,000. That means 10,000 you have purchased during this year. So purchases of land 10,000. So building you see 50,000, 55,000. See depreciation, provision for depreciation during this year. Opening balance 37,000, closing balance 36,000. So that means what? How much it is? 9,000 depreciation. So building 9,000 depreciation. See here. See here, this is the original value, opening value, because provision for depreciation account, if it is there, you have it, the building value, original value only will be there. So you have to take only difference amount. 5,000 is purchased during this year. So purchases of building 5,000 you have to write. Purchases of machinery also. See here, 80,000, 86,000. Here it is given. Let us prepare a ledger account, then only we'll understand. See here, machinery account, opening balance 80,000, closing balance 86,000, right? So machinery current year depreciation is 9,000. How it is? See here, machinery. Opening balance 27, 36,000. That means 9,000 is the depreciation. See here, 9,000 by depreciation. So 15,000. Closing balance is 86,000. So the machinery purchased during this year, it is 15,000. We have to find out, and then you have to write it in the user side, right? So purchases of machinery 15,000. Okay, so all these things you have to write. Then you have to find out cash from operation. In fund flow statement we have to find out funds from operation. Here you have to find out cash from operation. So how to find out cash from operation? As usual, you have to find out funds from for what is funds from operation. Net profit plus non-cash expenditure and non-trading expenditure, you have to add it, minus non-trading income, that is called funds from operation. Here also first you have to find out funds from operation as it is. Then after finding the funds from operation, you have to add increase in current liability and decrease in current asset, you have to add. Okay, then you have to deduct increase in current asset and decrease in current liability. That if you have to adjust, that is called cash from operation. Okay, see here, net profit is given during this year. Profit and loss, opening balance and closing balance is not given. If it is given, you can prepare adjusted profit and loss account, right? So adjusted profit and loss account, it is not given. So how we have to find out the profit? See here, opening capital 1,48,000, on closing capital 1,49,000 is there. That means what? It is a sole proprietary concern, not a company. If it is a company balance sheet, means equity shares will be there, right? So if sole proprietary capital, how we have to adjust? Opening capital plus net profit minus drawings, that is the closing capital, right? So here dividend paid is given 26,000, clue is given. With this clue we have to find out what is the net profit. Net profit directly it is not given. See here, so for finding net profit, see here I have given here net profit, you have to find out, that is opening capital 1,48,000 minus closing capital is 1,49,000. So difference is 1,000. You have paid dividend, that you add it 26,000. So totally your net profit will be 27,000, right? So net profit is 27,000. You have to find out funds from operation. Net profit before taxation is given 27,000. So you have to, before taxation means what? You have to adjust depreciation on machinery. Depreciation on machinery 9,000. You have to write it here. How you have got it 9,000? See this, provision for depreciation account. Opening balance is 27,000. Closing balance is 36,000. That means 9,000 adjusted profit and loss account. You have to take this 9,000 is the depreciation. So that 9,000 you have to add it. What is your funds from operation is 36,000. So funds from operation plus increase in why we are adjusting this current asset and current liability? Why? Because when your current liability increase, that means your cash flow is increased, inflow of cash is increased. That means what? If you are getting loan, bank loan, short term bank loan from bank, so cash inflow or outflow? Getting loan from bank, cash inflow or outflow?
Cash inflow, ma'am.
So current liability you have to add it. Okay, why we are adding? Inflow of cash. Okay, inflow of cash you have to add, outflow of cash you have to deduct. Okay, inflow of cash you have to add, outflow of cash you have to deduct. So inflow of cash, what are the thing? Increase in current liability is inflow, and then decrease in current asset is inflow. How? Stock, say for an example, stock 10,000, previous year is given 10,000, current year 5,000. That means what? 5,000 you sold out, stock is sold out. When your current asset is decrease means what? Inflow of cash. Do you understand? Decrease in current asset means inflow of cash. So that is why increase in current liability and decrease in current asset is you to be added. Current cash inflow you have to add. Okay. Cash outflow you have to deduct. Cash outflow, what are they? Decrease in current liability. That means what? Repayment of loan. Do you understand? For bank loan, 10,000 previous year is there. Current year, if 5,000 is there. So 5,000 you have repaid. So cash outflow. Do you understand? Cash outflow that you have to deduct. So decrease in current liability and increase in current asset, that is a cash outflow, right? So in this case, increase in current liability, what are they? Current liability you see here, creditor. The creditor is increased. How much is increased? 5,000 increased. So 5,000 you have to add. Increase in current liability you have to add, right? Then loan from partner, you treat it as a non-current liability. So directly we can put it in the application side, payment of loan 20,000. Sorry, raising loan we have written in the sources side. Okay. Then current assets, leave the cash except the cash in hand and cash at bank. The other current assets you have to take. Okay, debtor, it is current, debtor is increased. Is it inflow of cash or outflow of cash? Inflow of cash or outflow of cash? Debtor increased, current asset increased.
Outflow of cash.
Outflow, right? So in this case, you have to, debtors outflow means you have to deduct. Stock decreased, that is inflow. So you have to add stock. Stock is decreased. So stock decreased, so you have to add. Debtor is increased, so you have to deduct. Okay, so adjusting this current asset and current liability, you have to find out that is funds from operation. Funds from operation plus increase in current liability and decrease in current asset, you have to add. Deduct increase in current asset and decrease in current liability, that is called cash from operation. This cash from operation you have to take it in the cash flow statement. Cash flow statement, if it is a plus value, cash from operation you have to write in the sources side. If it is minus value, that you have to write in the users side, right? So now you have to write the closing cash balance. Your cash flow statement will get tally. You will not get any other balance, right? So your opening balance is 4,000, end with closing cash balance. That's all. At the end of the year, you are having 3,600 closing cash balance. That's all. So your cash from operation 40,600. This is the answer. Okay. This is the indirect method or traditional method of cash flow statement. I will show you. Direct method. Wait. 1 second. Can you see this? This is the direct method of cash flow statement. Cash flow statement for the see here, cash flow statement for the year ending. Cash flow from operating activities. Operating activities, you have to take net profit before taxation, adjustment of depreciation 9,000. Same problem. So funds from operation is 36,000. I have to adjust current liability, increase in current liability, decrease in current stock. You have to add minus debtor. So net cash from operating activity. This cash from operating activity is the operating activity 40,600. Okay. Then cash flows from investing activity. Investing activity, that is purchase of land, purchase of building, purchase of machinery. These are all minus value uses of cash. Okay, so minus cash flow. So that is why within bracket cash flows from investing activity, outflow of cash within bracket, right? Cash flows from financing activity. Financing activity, that is loan 20,000, repayment of bank loan, that is minus outflow of cash. So payment of dividend is outflow of cash. So net effect is 11,000. Cash flows from financing activity, that is outflow of cash, right? So now you see the net effect 30,000, 11,000, so 41,000 minus 40,600. So what is your difference amount? So opening cash balance, your closing cash balance is 400. You add all these things, how much it comes? 41,000, right? So 400 is the closing cash balance. So opening cash balance is the difference is 400. Opening cash balance is 4,000. So closing cash balance is 3,600. This is the direct method of cash from operation. Indirect method or traditional method, fund flow statement, how we have prepared, same way you have to prepare. Do you understand? Do you understand the same problem? I have done it in both the method, direct method and then indirect method. Okay, next class, fund flow and cash flow is over. Next class, we will see marginal costing statement. Okay. Okay, next teacher is waiting for you. Okay, bye.
Oh, good morning, all of you. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. I'll try to share my screen also. Just confirm it.
Visible.
Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning to all of you once again. We'll be continuing previous sessions topic. Like last class, we were discussing something about hypothesis and all those stuff, if I remember correctly. With continuation to that, we'll proceed to the next step, data collection. So once you have framed your hypothesis, you are into a set of questions. You have your experimental design very clearly. So now you try to collect your data. I said something about sampling and all those stuffs in the previous class, I think, if I remember correctly. like probability, non-probability,
Yes, sir.
sampling, all those stuffs, right? So once you are clear with all those stuffs, you proceed to the next step, like how you are going to collect your data and what are the basic sources of data where we get information from. All those stuffs we'll be discussing in the today's class. Since we are running out of time, I'll be a bit fast. Kindly cope up and follow. Right. So data is nothing but information. There are three basic types of data or information. They are like structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. So in every field or in any kind of data source, you find these three basic types, like structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. So I hope you people are familiar with the term called data cleaning or something, no? So data cleaning is the phase where your semi-structured and unstructured data is being converted into a structured data. Okay. So like that is the meaning for data cleaning. They also try to remove unwanted or what do you call unnecessary or irrelevant data from that side. Okay. So there are two basic sources of information of data. They are basically primary and secondary data. So coming to this primary and secondary data, these are very simple to understand. Primary, you always keep in mind that primary is a first-hand source. Secondary, as the name says, it is a second-hand source. Okay. So primary data is the one which you intend to collect personally. Okay. So imagine yourself as a researcher. You are into an experiment or you are into a research. You personally go and try to collect the data. Okay. It is the first source or your first-hand source. Okay. That's called primary data. Whereas in the case of secondary data, somebody else or some institution or some repositories have collected the data already. You try to utilize or you try to analyze those data. Okay, that is called secondary data. So primary data is a first-hand source of information. Secondary data is the third-party source of information data. Okay, so these are the two basic types. So as you can see here, you have something called the flow of data. Flow of data is nothing but it starts with your data collection and it ends with your interpretation or results. Okay, so like how a data is being traveling through it. Okay, so like it starts with the data collection or data entry process. Then your data has been clean data cleaning process is being carried out. Then you have your processing or analyzing your data. Then you have interpretation and results. Okay, this is just a simple representation for your easy understanding. Okay, so now let's come to this part. So this is what I was trying to say in the first class. Okay. So I thought rather than saying it verbally, if I put a slide, it will be easier to understand. Okay. Imagine that you are entering some 10 students mark of 4 subjects. Okay. I think this screen is visible to all of you, right? The numbers are clear, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is just an piece of information of some 10 students, their corresponding marks in 4 subjects. Okay. So here, this process of entering the data one by one by yourself and collecting the information, you can call it as a primary data. If you are getting the same source from a school or from a college and then you are doing your experiment or your research, then you call it as a secondary data. Okay, this is one. The second thing is, we are trying to analyze the data. So once we get the data, we try to segregate the data. We try to gather some information out of the data. Okay. How we are going to gather some information? Like you do some analysis on the data, and after that analysis, you get some results. Based on the results, you make some interpretations. Okay. Right. So this is a simple data analysis in Excel sheets. Okay. I hope the bottom part of your Excel is visible, right? Your headers, something like ribbons, all those stuffs are visible, right? So in that you can see something called, something called the data there. Okay, so like first one is file, second one is home, insert, page layout, formulas. After that you find something called data. Okay, once you select that data, in that data, at the last part of the data, you find something called data analysis. I'm speaking something in an yellow color shade I have marked, I think, for your easy visibility. There you find something called data analysis, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you click the data analysis, you find a table, something like that pop up, okay, which has been shown in this slide. you could find in the top of your slide, I suppose. You find something called data analysis tools. Okay. Here you have so many options of running your data. Am I clear? You have something like ANOVA, single factor, ANOVA two factor without replication, correlation, covariance, exponential smoothing, F test, all those stuffs. Okay, these are there are so many kinds of analysis tools in that data analysis package in Excel. Okay, so what we try to do is, in this case, for this 10 students, what I have tried to do is, I am trying to run some basic statistics for this information what I have with me, right? So I click on descriptive statistics, which is highlighted in blue color there. No? I select the descriptive statistics and click OK. Once I run the statistics, I get the information which is being displayed in the right-hand side of your Excel sheet. Okay, rightmost side of your Excel sheet. I'm speaking about the columns J and K. Is it clear? You have subject 1. Just for subject 1, I have conducted this descriptive statistics. Okay. I hope you can see something like mean, standard error, median, mode, standard deviation, sample variance, kurtosis, skewness, range, minimum, maximum, sum, count, largest, smallest, confidence level, all the stuffs, right? You have a list of items run. Yeah. All these are corresponding to your subject 1. Okay. So what does this say? So these values are the subject 1's average marks, maximum marks, minimum marks. You can check with that first column. Okay. Say, for example, if you are trying to find out the minimum value, what is the minimum value of subject 1?
31.
Yeah, 31. Maximum?
85, sir.
Yeah. So, like some these basic, you find your mean value, median value, all those stuffs there. Okay. So, all this basic information can be gathered with this just click of a button. So for an example, I have given only 10 numbers. Imagine a class of 100 students, 200 students. Okay. In that case also, you can run it within just a few seconds. Okay. You can gather all the information within few seconds. So this is the purpose of collecting data and gathering information from the data. Okay. So just for an understanding, I'm telling all this, right? So the selection of particular source of data depends on what are the criteria which decides the source of data. The first one is purpose and scope of inquiry. Second one is availability of time. Third one is availability of finance. The next one is accuracy required. The next one is statistical tools to be used. And the next one is sources of information. And the last one is method of data collection. These are the various parameters which intend to you to make a decision on what kind of data you're going to collect. Right? Right. The next one is methods of collecting primary data. So as I said you earlier, there are two basic types of data. One is primary and secondary. Out of that primary, what are the basic methods of primary data collection? Okay. One is your direct personal interview. Second one is indirect oral interviews. Third one is information from correspondence. Fourth one is mailed questionnaire methods. Fifth one is schedule sent through enumerators. So enumerators are nothing but people who are in charge for collecting data. Okay. So you cannot be in person for all the data collections. Okay, you appoint a person or you request a person to work for you or to collect data for you. That people are called enumerators. You can schedule and collect data through enumerators also. I hope all of you know what is a questionnaire, right? I hope all of you have taken surveys, various satisfaction surveys, many request surveys, forms. Okay, all those are forms of questionnaires. Okay, questionnaire is nothing but a form consisting of various questions related to a particular study. Say, for example, if you are purchasing a product in Amazon or Flipkart, or you're ordering any food in Swiggy or Zomato, okay, or you're taking a ride in Ola, Uber, or any cab. Once you have completed your process, once you have completed your purchase, you always have a survey form, no? You have a survey form, you have a satisfaction form, you have rating scales. All those stuffs are something like a questionnaire. Okay, right. So these are the 5 basic methods of collecting primary data. Now coming to the second part, the sources of secondary data, which I said like they are not first-hand information, they are second-hand source of information. What are the basic sources of secondary data? The first one is published sources and the second one are unpublished sources. Okay, what do you mean by published sources and unpublished sources? Published sources are nothing but sources which have some recognition, which are associated or recognized by any institution or any organization or any national what do you call it, national authorities. Okay, in that cases we call them as published sources. So whatever information we get beyond that are called unpublished sources. Okay, let's see about these published sources. The various published sources are international publications, official publications of central and state governments, semi-official publications, publications of research institutions, publications of various commercial and financial institutions, journals and newspapers. Okay, these are some of the various published sources. Apart from these sources, there are other common repositories also. So these are all the information given in a textbook. I have pasted them exactly what is given in that book. Okay. Apart from this, you have other sources of data also, secondary data also, which are been very familiarly used nowadays, because these are all like older studies, olden days studies. Now it has all become online repositories have come. Say, for example, people into finance, people who are familiar in finance, have you heard this term called Bloomberg?
Yes, sir.
Recently, it was into some case with.
So it is into financial journalism. Sir.
Yeah. I'm asking about some recent issues or recent talk about this Bloomberg. Bloomberg gave an. It was news recently, some 4 or 5 months back. Any idea? Any idea about?
So do you remember what it spoke about?
Yeah, I can say it. It was like some allegation or some wealth accumulation, some allegation of government authorities, wealth accumulation, all those. If I'm not wrong, it was related to some Adani's group, right? People remember? Okay. So
it was Hindenburg, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Hindenburg. I was about to say about Hindenburg, right? So Hindenburg is a source of secondary data. I confused between these two, Bloomberg and Hindenburg. Okay, right. So can you say something about Hindenburg, what they actually do?
They collect data from different sources, and after that they summarize it and publish it as a magazine or article like that.
Okay. So so if we are trying to gather any information, or we are trying to gather any source of information from Hindenburg or Bloomberg, so that information becomes a second-hand information. Okay, I was just trying to convey the sources of information present online. Okay, so these are some various types of sources where you can find your second-hand data. So if we are trying to do some research over their data, that becomes a second-hand information. Okay. So they are also under this sources of secondary data. That's what I was trying to say. And then moving to the next part. The next part is your questionnaire. So when it comes to research, you're trying to frame a questionnaire. That questionnaire must be a very structured one. Okay. You cannot just place some few questions randomly, and you cannot ask respondent to respond it accurately. Okay. There must be a sequence followed. There must be a rationality in the questions. Okay, so there is a proper rule of thumb or a proper set of protocol to how you make your questionnaires. Okay, so first let's see what is a questionnaire. According to Bogardas, a questionnaire is a list of questions sent to a number of persons for their answers, and which obtains a standardized results that can be tabulated and treated statistically. Okay, the dictionary of statistical terms defines it as a group or sequence of questions designed to elicit information upon a subject or a sequence of subjects from information. Okay, a questionnaire is the media of communication between the investigator and the respondent. Okay, right. This is all about a questionnaire. Okay, so how to draft a good questionnaire? Okay, what are all the parameters that comes into your mind before you draft a good questionnaire? Okay, the size of the questionnaire should be very small. The questions should be clear. The questions should be arranged in a logical sequence. Questions should be simple to understand. Questions should be comprehensive and easily answerable. Questions of personal and sensitive nature should not be asked. Types of questions should be very clear. So, like when it comes to type of questions, there are some basic few types of questions like closed-ended questions, open-ended questions, multiple choice questions. Okay, that the researcher should decide of based on the requirement of the questions. Okay, then the next one is leading questions should be avoided. So why leading questions should be avoided is like that may be diverging from your topic. Okay, so the person intending to respond might not be confined to what you're trying to ask. Okay, the next one is cross checks. Next one is pre-testing the questionnaire, and the last one is covering letter. Covering letter happens only when you are not directly present, when you are trying to collect data through some third parties. There you require this covering letters. Okay, these are the basic criteria which should be considered while you are constructing a questionnaire. Okay. So next comes your experiments. Experiments are always like examining. We know what is an experiment, right? So the meaning of experiment lies in the process of examining the truth of statistical hypothesis related to some research problem. For example, a researcher can conduct experiment to examine the. Yes.
Sir, we do have sampling, I guess, in the second.
Sampling I completed in the last class.
Sorry, sir.
Sampling I completed in the last class, I suppose.
So, but in this there are types, like I mean, merits and all are there.
Pardon?
Statistical and all are there.
Yes, pardon. Can you be a bit clear?
Sir, in this there are other ways as well. There are some statistical laws and all in the mentioned in the textbook. Statistical laws, sir.
Yeah, I said them in the last class itself, no? While describing hypothesis itself, I said no.
You can continue. Not sure, sir. That's the reason.
No problem. If you want, we'll do that once again. No problem. If you find time, I'll do that once again also. No problem. So coming to experiments, experiments are of basically two types. One is an absolute experiment and the second one is a comparative experiment. So speaking about this absolute experiment, when an experiment is conducted for the very first time, that is called an absolute experiment. And another criteria is if you are conducting an experiment with only one parameter, okay, a single parameter, you call it as an absolute experiment. When you're trying to compare between two hypotheses or two statements or two scenarios, that becomes a comparative experiment. Say, for example, before and after, like, or between two products, or between two scenarios, those becomes your comparative experiments. Okay. So now we'll come to something called research design. Research design also has some three basic types. The first one is your descriptive and diagnostic research studies. The second one is your exploratory research studies, and the third one is hypothesis testing research studies. I hope you are clear about what is descriptive, exploratory, and hypothesis. Okay. So coming to the next part, like there are three basic principles of this experimental research designs. The first one is the principle of replication. The second one is principle of randomization, and the last one is principle of local control. Right. So we'll see them one by one. So as I said, you in research design, where your research design gives an outlook of how your research is going to be conducted. This experimental design is somewhere similar to that. Experimental design gives you an outline of how an experiment is going to be conducted. Okay. Experimental design refers to the framework of structure of an experiment, and as such, there are several experimental designs. Generally, experimental designs are classified into two broad categories. One is formal experimental designs, and the second one is informal experimental designs. Okay. Informal experimental designs are those designs that normally uses a less sophisticated form of analysis based on differences in the magnitudes, whereas formal experimental designs are for relatively more control and use precise statistical procedures for analysis. Okay. To put it in very simple terms, basic experiments comes under informal experimental designs, and some more structured, complex experiments comes under formal experimental designs. Right. So there are some basic classifications in informal experimental designs and formal experimental designs. Coming to informal experimental designs, you have your before and after workout without control design, after only with the control design, before and after with the control design. Just take a look at all these parameters. I'll just explain them one by one in the coming slides. Okay. Formal experimental design consists of a completely randomized design, CR design, randomized block design, RB design, like Latin square design called as LS design, and factorial designs. Right. So now let's see them one by one. So kindly look at this before and after without control design. You have your test area, level of phenomenon, treatment introduced, level of phenomenon after treatment. Okay. So here is not, I'm speaking about the first one. You have something called a before and after without control design. No? Here you have something called a control variable in the middle. You are trying to process an experiment through a control variable in the middle, and you're trying to measure the performance of the control variable or the experiment design before the introduction of a control variable and after the introduction of a control variable. Okay. You're just trying to measure the difference between these outputs. We call this as a treatment effect. Okay. This is the first scenario where you have your before and after without control design. Okay. You find something called treatment effect there, where you can find your parameters like y minus x. Okay, treatment effect is equal to y minus x. Right. This is the first scenario. The second one is after only with control design. Okay, where you have the same something called a test area, treatment introduced, level of phenomenon after treatment, level of phenomenon without treatment. Okay, so in the first scenario, you have your treatment as a mandatory one. Whereas in the second scenario, you do not have your treatment as a mandatory one. Right, I hope you find the differences there in the block. If you look that closely, you can find the difference. Okay. So here your treatment effect is measured by treatment effect is equal to y minus z. Okay. Like here there is no before and after. Here there is only one after and without treatment. Okay, without treatment one measurement, after treatment one measurement. Okay, two scenarios. The next one is before and after with the control design. Okay. So here you have, it is just like both the cases involved here. Kindly look into the table here. You have your time period 1 and time period 2. You have your test areas, you have your control areas. They are, your test areas are represented with X and Y, whereas your control areas are represented with A and Z. Am I clear? For the time period 1, you have your level of phenomenon treatment. Before treatment introduced, you have your X. Okay. Whereas for your time period 2, you have your level of phenomenon after treatment Y. Okay. Your control areas are A and Z. Like level of phenomenon without treatment is represented as A, whereas in the level of phenomenon without treatment is represented as Z in the time period 2. Okay. Similarly, your treatment effect is being measured as treatment effect is equal to y minus x minus Z minus A. Okay. So like these are the three basic types of what I call as informal experimental designs. Okay, for the simpler ones. Coming to the complex ones, you have the first one called completely randomized design, generally called as CR design. Okay. Mm. So first three are a very simple processes. Okay. They are just like a comparison of treatments, controls, all those stuff. Okay. Put them aside. They are used for very simple experiments. Coming to the second part, these are experimental designs which are used for complex structure. Coming to the CR design, this design involves two principles, that is the principle of replication and the principle of randomization of experimental designs. Among all other designs, this is simpler and easier because its procedure analysis are simple. The important characteristics of the designs are subjects are randomly assigned to experimental treatments. Okay, let's look into the example directly, whereas it will be more easier to understand, right? If the researcher has 20 subjects and he wishes to test 10 under treatment A and 10 under treatment B, the randomization process gives every possible group of 10 subjects selected from set of 20 an equal opportunity of being assigned to the treatment A and treatment B. Okay. One-way analysis of variance is used to analyze such a design. So before telling you this full example, first I should make clear that what do you mean by an one-way ANOVA? Okay, without knowing one-way ANOVA, if I'm going to explain all these steps, you're not going to be clear about what is going to happen, right? So anybody who is very familiar in statistics, can anybody tell me what is one-way ANOVA? Or else tell me what is ANOVA, then try to tell me what is one-way ANOVA.
Sir, in ANOVA, do we do the comparison of two different
Comparison between
two things, sir?
Two.
Yeah.
Comparing to what is correlation then? Yes, please.
Sir, it is basically comparison between two principles, I believe, sir, or two statistical items which are there.
Statistical items.
Yes, sir.
Statistical items. Can you make it a bit more refined form?
Sir, can we say it as ANOVA is the way sorry, is a technique in which we compare two different groups or individual groups?
Two different groups, huh? So let's make it very simple. Do not make it more complex, right? So people trying to answer, just give me an example of case where you can run an ANOVA test. Any simple, very simple examples, any examples that comes in your mind?
Sir, maybe we can do like a sales comparison or something. So, assuming that if one company is having sales in, one area of the state, and then after that it is coming, and then you compare how it is working in the other area of the state. Say if they have different branches. So, in comparison, when you get into those two groups, you can understand how they're going up.
Sir, in the example, one more would be exam where we can compare the exam performance of students.
Exam performance. So We'll make it a bit simple also again. So ANOVA is a parametric test or non-parametric test? No idea.
ANOVA is a non-parametric state.
Parametric.
Okay. Right. We have something called dependent variables and independent variables, right? Without having dependent and independent variables, it is not possible to run an ANOVA test. Case number one. So as somebody said, comparing market analysis or comparing sales data with respondents to regions or anywhere, that should not be run with ANOVA. Okay. So like ANOVA is always like a comparison, but between the groups. Someone said like groups in the middle, like suppose he was right actually. ANOVA is like comparing a test between groups where the number of groups is more than 2. Okay. So let me try to put it in a very simple way. Whenever you are trying to run a test between 2 groups, only 2 groups or with only 2 scenarios, you have just imagine that you have an independent variable and a dependent variable. I'll try to put an example also. Say, there is a treatment going on for people in an hospital for a particular disease. Say like smallpox, anything like that. Very simply, okay. Smallpox treatment is going on for people in an hospital. All segments of people are there in the hospital. We just divide them based on their gender, okay, male and female. We are trying to give medicines to the 2 group of people, okay. When you're trying to compare the results of output of your medicine, you run a t-test over there, okay. Only when there is over 2 groups, you are trying to measure the mean difference between the 2 groups, you are trying to run a t-test, okay. This is case number 1. If there is a 3rd gender also present in the hospital, okay, there your case becomes more than 2 groups. Am I clear? So you are trying to test a medicine among groups of people admitted in the hospital. There you have 2 genders basically. Once there is a 3rd gender also present admitted in the hospital, the scenario becomes different. Okay. As a rule of thumb in statistics, once there is more than 2 groups in a statistical population, you try to run ANOVA. It may be 4, it may be 5. The number of groups may be more than 2. It may be 3, 4, 5, whatever number it may be. Once it is exceeding 2 groups, you run ANOVA. Okay. Whenever it is below 2 groups, you run t-test. Okay. So now you are again trying to compare the results of your medicine on those groups. Okay. Group 1, group 2, group 3, gender 1, gender 2, gender 3, whatever it is. Okay. There comes the role of ANOVA. Right. Okay. I think you have a basic idea of about what is ANOVA now. Okay.
Yes, sir. But sir, what is the difference between a parametric and non-parametric test?
Yeah, that is a bit long argument. Not an argument. We have to explain so many things. Let's put it very simple, right? When your distribution is normal, when you have a set of distribution, your sample means are like proportionate. In that case, you call them as a parametric. In that case, you run a parametric test. There is something called homogeneity of variances, normality, all those things. You're trying to run all those tests. Once they are all into the range, you run a parametric test. Once you are out of the range, you run your non-parametric test. Okay. That's a vast topic. I'm telling it very simply. Just what do you say? Just keep this normal distribution in your mind for easy understanding. Okay. When data is normally distributed and all your values are within the range, you go for a parametric test. Okay. Right.
Okay, sir.
Right. Okay. So now look at your example. If the researcher has 20 subjects, okay. If he wishes to test 10 under the treatment A and 10 under the treatment B, the randomization process gives a very possible group of 10 subjects selected from a set of 20 an equal opportunity of being assigned to treatment A and treatment B. Okay. So here the researcher is having 20 people, he is trying to split them into 10 equal parts, 2 different groups, then he is going to conduct an experiment. Okay. So for that, they are saying one-way analysis of variance is used to analyze such a design. Okay, it's very simple. Coming to the next part, randomized block design, generally called as RB design. In the RB design, subjects are first divided into groups known as blocks, such that within each group, the subjects are relatively homogeneous in respect to some selected variable. So here you have the term called homogeneous. Homogeneous is nothing but a particular set of characteristics must be similar between the test experimental group. Okay. So if I'm selecting a particular group for my experiment, that particular group must be having something in common between them. Okay. From my notion, from my experimental point of view, what I am looking into them, they must be having that common characteristic. Okay. So that we call as an homogeneous set. The number of subjects in a given block would be randomly assigned to each treatment. Blocks are levels which hold the extraneous factor fixed so that its contribution to the total variability of data can be measured. The main feature of RB design is that in this, each treatment appears the same number of times in each block. This design analyzed by the two-way analysis of variance technique. Okay. So when you come to two-way analysis of techniques, it is something like the first case where you have an experimental group, you have a dependent and independent variable. Okay. But you have in this two-way analysis, you have a post and previous measurements. So like before and after effect, we call them, no? So in the same case as we discussed in the earlier segment, like with the hospital treatment, people before treatment, their behaviors or any particular study on them, okay, their health condition or behavior, anything, okay, before treatment and after treatment of medicines, okay. Simply put in that comparison is called a two-way analysis. So the next one is Latin square design, generally called as LS design. The Latin square design is experimental design, which is very frequently used in agricultural research. Since agriculture depends upon nature to large extent, the condition of research and investigation in agriculture is different than the other studies. Right. From the above diagram, okay. So let's look into the diagram first, then we'll discuss everything. So like here in this Latin square design, you can see some random classifications. So not random, it's a very structured classification. In this case, what they are trying to depict is like they have a piece of land. Imagine a piece of land, a rectangle piece of land. They are trying to divide the piece of land into 5 basic segments like A, B, C, D, and E. Okay, they are splitting the land into equal proportions of 5 squares. Okay, they are testing fertilizers on each square of land. Okay. To measure the output of efficiency of the fertilizers in each case. Am I clear? So in further, what they do is, out of each square, they further subdivide the square into 5 basic classifications, and in each square, they do this experiment individually. Am I clear? So for a better understanding, kindly look at X1. Okay. As you can see in X1, you have your A, B, C, D, and E into X1 itself. Okay, X1 is a fertilizer. Okay, it has been tested in A, B, C, D, and E classifications. Right. You can see that horizontally as well as vertically. Am I right? So it is like something like a very small checkerboard. Okay. So that squares, we call them as Latin squares. So the necessity of conducting an experiment is, as they have mentioned it very clearly, this study is always related to agricultural experiments. Okay, what they try to do is they try to measure the efficiency of fertilizers or any pesticides, anything, in a very individual or very selective manner. Okay, from the above diagram, it is clear that in LS design, the field is divided into as many blocks as there are varieties of fertilizers. Then each block is again divided into as many parts as there are varieties of fertilizers in such a way that each of the fertilizer varieties used in each of the block only once. Okay, I hope now you get a clear idea. So it is like something like a square, a bigger square, Within that bigger square, you have a number of smaller squares. So these number of squares determined by the number of fertilizers or number of test experiments what you are going to conduct. If you are going to conduct 4, you have 4 squares. If you are going to conduct 5 experimental groups, you can have 5 squares. Okay, in such a way. So coming to factorial design. Factorial design is being divided into 2 basic types, like simple factorial designs and complex factorial designs. I hope all of you know what is a factor. No, not like school people. I have to say what is a factor, what is a factorial, all those stuff. Like simple factorial designs. In simple factorial design, the effects of varying 2 factors on the dependent variable are considered. But when experiment is done with more than 2 factors, complex factorial designs are used. Okay. Only to put it in a very simple manner, if there is 2 factors, you have a simple factorial design. You have more than 2 factors, you use a multifactorial design or a complex factorial design. Okay. Simple factorial design is also termed as 2 factorial designs, where a complex factorial design is known as multi-factor factorial design. Right. So complex factorial designs, when the experiments with more than 2 factors at a time are conducted, it involves the use of complex factorial designs. A design which considers 3 or more independent variables simultaneously is called as a complex factorial design. In case of 3 factors with 1 experimental variable, 2 treatments and 2 levels of complex factorial designs will contain a total of 8 cells. Right. Right. So why I rushed up this, like it will be easy for you to understand if you look into this table rather than reading all those texts. Right. And this is a depiction of complex factorial design. Right. As you can see in your treatment A and treatment B, you have your control variable 2 and control variable 2 at level 1 and level 2. Again, control variable 2 for your level 3 and level 2. Okay. Yeah. So this is like a pictorial representation which has been given for your experiments. Okay. So whatever given in the table is shown as a diagram here. You have this cubes represents the number of levels and the control variables used. Okay. So like this level 1, level 2, level 3, and again level 2 in the bottom control variable. Okay. So these are like just an expression of layers of experiments being conducted. Okay. This is called your complex factorial design. Your next part is observation. So don't worry about this experimental groups and experimental types. Just try to study the basics. Once you study the basics, you will easily get into this concepts. Right. So without knowing the basics, if you are into the concepts directly, it will be a bit confusing. So try to read the basics first, and then you try to concentrate on this. And again, one more thing. This experimental design or control design, all these stuffs are not much going to be asked in exams. Try to read your questionnaires part. Try to read your research design part. Okay, that research-oriented point of view would be more in your question papers. Okay, I'm not saying you to skip this or neglect this, but if it is difficult for you, just keep it as a last option for study. That's it. Okay. So like coming to the next part, observation. So whatever we studied earlier is based on researches. Okay, we go, we collect, we just calculate some numbers, we gather some information. With all those gathered information, we have data, we analyze the data, all those stuffs. Okay, here observation is nothing but you just simply sit down and observe something. You just note down. Okay, out of your observation, you are going to gather some information, and out of that information, you are going to give some results. Okay, that is called as an observation. Observation is a part of research. Okay, observation is also a type of research or a part of research. So let's look at what is observation. Okay, characteristics of observation. Black and Champion has given the following characteristics of observation. behavior is observed in natural surroundings, enables understanding significant events affecting social relations of the participants, determines reality from the perspective of observed person himself, identify regularities and reoccurrences in social life by comparing data in our study with that of other studies. Okay. So a classic example of this observation study is wildlife census, bird watching, so like, and very easy example of this observation study is like coaches who are taking note of players' performance in the games. Have you seen coaches what they do during this matches are going on? They always carry a notepad with them, no? A letterpad or notepad, a diary, whatever, something. They try to note how a player is being performed, how the game is going on. Okay, that is something called as an observational study. So out of their observation, they are going to make their moves or make their decisions. Okay, right. So besides the other four characters, there are other characters of observation also. Observation involves some control pertaining to the observation and to the means he uses to record data. However, such controls do not exist for the setting of subject population. It is focused on hypothesis-free inquiries. Okay, you know what is an hypothesis? No, observation studies do not involve any hypothesis or testing of hypothesis, right? Right. It avoids manipulation in the independent variable, that is one that is supposed to cause other variables and is not caused by them. Okay, here you do not have any influence of independent dependent variables over each other. That is the basic concept. Recording is not selective. Right. These are some of the basic characteristics of observational studies. Okay, you have your own merits and demerits for your observation study also. Kindly go through them in the textbook. Okay, I think I have come to the end of the session. I think with this I am completing 2 units of your textbook. In case of any doubts, you can ask me. Or if you find something difficult, don't understand something, you can just post questions in the next section also, no problem. Okay. And one more thing, I said you you have something in your Excel, right? Yeah. Just take a look at this slide. You have something called analysis tools, no? You have something called ANOVA, correlation, covariance, something like that here, no? So you try to Google all of these tests one by one in your Google. Okay? Try to Google them one by one. You'll get a vague idea about what are these tests and why they are being carried out. Okay. So that you can easily understand why these experiments have been conducted, why, on what basis these tests have been run. Okay. If time permits, if that is time, I'll take this in a separate session also, no problem. Okay. So any doubts you can ask me, or else we'll wind up the session. Yeah. Any questions? Please.
Sir, it's there's one question that says that how do you differentiate between an experiment and an observation?
How do you differentiate between? Please carry on with the question.
How do you differentiate observation from experiment?
Yeah, observation is nothing but you do not carry any process by your own. Something is happening somewhere. You're just sitting and observing that. That's all. Whereas in the experiment, you try to manipulate things. Okay. Hey, let's take a very simple example. What do you do in your 12th standard practicals, in a chemistry practicals? You have a test solution, you add some X and Y components to the solution, you observe the results. If you're not satisfied, or if you want to conduct any other experiments, you add some other components, you look at the results. So this is something like an experiment where you can manipulate your experimental variable. Okay, whereas in the observation type, you just sit and observe what is happening. Let's have a look at, as I said you in the match, when a match is, let's take a T20 or a football match, whatever is happening, a coach will be sitting outside the ground. He'll be observing the match. Okay, he cannot manipulate anything what is going on in the match. Whereas he can make some decisions out of what is going on. He'll just observe what is going on. That is an observation. The observation, you cannot make any changes in an observation. Whereas in the experiment, you can make any changes, or you can afford it to make any changes. So this is the basic difference. Anything else?
Thank you, sir.
Sir, but ethics will not be questioned, right? If we do manipulation in the experiments a little bit.
Pardon?
There is also one factor of ethics, right? Where you have this limit in which you can do the manipulation in the experiment.
No, I'm not speaking about manipulation at a sense. I'm speaking like experiments are conducted with your confinement only. So you are prone to test your variables. Okay, you conduct an experiment to test your variables. Okay. Without testing your there is no notion of conducting an experiment. No. Whenever you have an interest of doing an experiment, you must be subject to change. You have to, what you can say, like you are expecting some change to happen. No.
Right. Understood. Sir, so we do have a written paper for this, right? It's not like we are going to just do our research and we have to come out.
No. You have a paper. And again, you have some, what do you call, project work also, I think. Why I said this, like, look into the Excel and number of tools, analysis and all those stuff is like, you'll be applying all those tools in your research project also. If you're doing it on your own, and if people are not copying the projects from other people, they're doing it on their own, they'll be applying all these tools in their projects also. So that, for that purpose only, I told them to look into the Excel, data analysis, all those stuff.
Okay, sir.
I think it's in the third semester, I suppose. Anything else? Okay then. Thank you. See you in the next class. If you want the people, any one of you contact me like last time. Any one of you contact. Last time itself, some 5-10 people contacted, I suppose. Any one of you contact and just get the PPTs. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My voice is audible? Hello? Hello, student. My voice is audible, I'm asking.
Sir, it is low, sir. You're audible, but it's a little low.
Oh, it's okay. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, sir, you are clear now.
இது ரொம்ப கம்மியா கேக்குது சார்.
I increase up to 100%. Still, my voice is very low.
Now it is little better, sir.
It's okay. I don't want to use headphone directly. I'm taking that.
Again,
Now
it
it's
went
okay.
down, sir.
My voice is audible. You put yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Messages. Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
my voice is audible now. It's very clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, boss.
PPT is visible.
Visible, sir.
Visible. Last class we discussed on business environment. Suppose my voice is not audible, anytime you can inform to me, okay? Last class we discussed up to environmental issues in business. Pollution, what are the issues in business, environmental issues in business, business environment. First one we list out the things in pollution. You may know pollution. Students, my voice is audible now. Check the audible.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
okay. Thank you, ma. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pollution and followed by climate change. Pollution means everybody should know about pollution. Air pollution is one of the worst case in throughout the globe. Because through air pollution, many people were died. 70% of people were died through air pollution. Then climate change. You may know climate change directly affect on in business. Climate change, particularly water, natural resources, oil, and followed by other factor that directly impact on issues in business. Pollution, you know, CO2 emission, carbon dioxide emitted, and for entire natural environment will be a disaster due to carbon dioxide, directly impact on business. Then depleting natural resources. Someone asked the question, what did mean by depleting natural resources? What is mean by depleting natural means destroy the natural resources. Destroying means renewable, unrenewable is there. Entire oil and followed by fish, water, and everything you have to destroy the natural resources. It will recover. It take more than year, but we using faster. We are using faster all the resources. We are occupying all the resources. We are destroying all the resources. But it will be recovered from, it will take so many years. That is a depleting natural resources. Habitat destruction means you cannot survive in your same place. It's quite difficult to survive. You shift to one place to other place. That's a habitat destruction, because in your place it's quite difficult to survive your life for all these activities. That's habitat destruction. Then overpopulation. Everybody should say overpopulation. You occupying the more space, you're destroying the forest, we're destroying the water, we're destroying the land due to overpopulation, consumption, more and more consumption, consume the natural resources. That's called as overpopulation, followed by improper waste disposal. This all directly impact on environmental issues in business, particularly not only any country business, all the country were affected due to environmental issues. Some other countries not affected due to Norway, and followed by that European countries, Norway, Netherlands, and followed by other countries take initiative to protect the environmental. They also encourage the people going by bicycle. They are giving their benefits to the employee and also reducing oil. The benefits to the company, reducing the using more renewable energy, using the renewable energy and green infrastructure. The government, the Netherlands government or Norway government, giving more benefit to that company. This all the issues not affect to that company. This is a benefit to the company. But the total environmental, we entirely last 5 decades, we entirely to produce more energy. Because of the energy, we destroy the entire natural resources. The first part is pollution, air pollution, water pollution, and followed by other pollution. In climate change, nowadays we are everybody aware of El Nino because of climate change. Chennai, water, rainfall, and cyclone. Every 10 years only cyclone were affected in Chennai cities. But nowadays every year cyclone, every year heavy rain within 2 days. We cannot expect that centimeter rain Within 2 days, their 1 month rain will be fall in Chennai cities. Then depleting natural resources, immediate destruction, overpopulation. Overpopulation means Chennai city, if you take the example of Chennai city, within a kilometer, only 4,000 people were living in within 1 kilometer. But we can't expect an unexpected thing will be happen in Chennai city. Over 27,000 people were living within 1 year kilometers area. It is impossible. That's called overpopulation. Water management, we cannot properly maintain the water management. All the water will be will send you to sea. It's quite difficult. All the places were occupied by human companies and followed by other infrastructure development. That is called as overpopulation. Why this thing happened in Chennai city? Because of overpopulation. Overpopulations, because within one kilometer, square kilometer, only 4,000 people were living. That's allotted. But unfortunately, 27,000 people, they are also to estimate 33,000 people were living within 1 kilometer area. How it is possible? The improper waste disposal. This all should be happen because of the environmental issue in business. No person were doing business in Chennai city. This was happen every year. Will be happen. Natural disaster means they are business people, FDI people, or other multinational company switch over to other country or switch over to other states. We want to. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the improper waste.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
These are all the factors where directly impact on business, not only Indian business. I'll take the small example of Chennai cities, and you will take the example of African countries. All the foreign, top 7 nations destroying the African natural resources. All the wastage were dumped in the African countries. That's why that Somalia and for other African countries still we were not fulfilling the basic needs. We don't want to talk about the economic condition, infrastructure condition, technology conditions, culture and political condition. We didn't fulfilling the basic needs of Somalian peoples like food, water, and shelter. Then what about you talking about education, health condition, economic condition, employment condition, per capita per income, standard of living? These are possible because of the environmental issues in business in that countries. All the top multinationals, top nations, developed nation, dumped wastage in African countries. Now they are affected. Now they are seeing that reality in African countries. Many that presidents were African countries. They are getting money. They use their land. All the natural wastages dumped in African countries. Now they are people were affected. Somalia and from other countries. You can't be then World Bank lending money to the basic necessity, and IMF lending money to the African countries too for development of education, health, followed by other infrastructure development. Because of things that happen because of environmental. Their total environment will be affected due to pollution, climate change, depleting natural resources, habitat destruction, overpopulation, improper waste disposal. Nowadays, we talk about sustainable development goal, 17 goals. We want to improve the 17 goals: hunger index, and equality, followed by natural resources protection, peace, and everything coming under sustainable development goals. Now all the country to feel that we destroying the natural resources. The temperature will be increased. Global temperature will be increased due to every year temperature will be increased. That will be directly impact on our natural resources. Suppose take this example of India. 140 crore people are living in India. How to feed to 140 crore people? It's quite difficult. Only 3% of water is used water. Remaining 97% of water is salt water. Only 3% of water we are using for all the purpose, cultivation, for industry purpose, for all the purpose, fulfilling the needs of human needs for 3% of water. We destroying the entire things. Environment totally bombarded like anything. We want to recover these things. We use green finance. We use green infrastructures. All the country now to support to this green infrastructure development. Now multinational bank also lending money to green infrastructure development, like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, World Bank, 7 multinational banks along with the World Bank, IMF, WTO, another different organizations. They are now lending money to develop the green infrastructures. We back to the original form. We back to the traditional form of natural resources. In India, it's particularly to feed 150 crore people. It's quite difficult to feed the 150 crore peoples. Live their life. They live their life very peacefully. Live their life very healthy in manner, healthy in manner, and wealthy in manner, and economics. Everything is important. So definitely we support naturals. That's why environmental. We want to protect the environment, to protect the pollution, to protect the climate change, to protect the depleting the natural resources, to protecting the habitat destructions, to protecting the overpopulation, reduce the overpopulation, and overpopulation is the benefit for India. Present days, all the country enjoying the benefit for overpopulation, because 70% of customers or 70% of the people belongs to young people in India. Any product you can sell in India, that will be automatically everyone to buy that product. So business people will enjoy the benefits of overpopulation. And 70s before they said overpopulation to destroying the economics. Now overpopulation to increase the economics. The difference, every cycle, every decade and every cycle, business will be changes. Changes is constant. Changes is permanent. So every cycle, business cycle is a process. Business cycle is a continuous process. There will be changes will be happen. Now we go by third unit, infrastructure and current issue in business environment. Infrastructure and current issue in business environment. What are the current issues in business environment, in particular in business infrastructures? So the quality of infrastructure such as telecommunication, electricity, water supply, and sanitation, transportation, it's much needed for business environment. It's a connectivity. It's a main supply chain, main connectivity to all the business people, all the business environment. Without this, you can't do a business, in proper business. Proper utilization of resources. If you want to minimize the cost, maximize the profit, using the optimum utilization of resources, with the support of this variable, like infrastructure such as telecommunication, electricities, water supply, sanitation, transportation. It's very, very important. This variable is not available in your country. You are definitely out of business. Your country is out of economy. Your country is out of per capita per income. Your country is out of employment opportunities. Your country is out of foreign reserves, foreign transaction. Your country out of knowledge. Your country out of education. So we need this platform. This is a pillar for any type of infrastructure environment, business environment. This is the main platform. This is the main pillar to do a business, supporting to the business, huge supporting to the any business, in global business or national business or domestic business or state business or rural business or urban business or semi-urban business or outside country, inside country. So this infrastructure support is much needed for any business environment. Suppose you don't have this infrastructure, it's directly affect on your business environment. That's the quality of infrastructure such as telecommunication, electricities, water supply, sanitation, transportation. So these all should be e-commerce technologies. That's why we call them telecommunication. E-commerce is e-commerce. Everything is important because this support is available in your country, means definitely we attract FDI, foreign direct investment. Or Indian company were doing business very cleverly and effectively and efficiently and profitably. That's very, very important. And the economics is also very strong in nature. We also provide more employment opportunities, local people and rural people and the metropolitan people, allied people, organized sector people, unorganized sector people. This platform is very, very important. We fail to provide this platform to the business means we are out of business. So infrastructure is very, very important. These are the issues where affected in infrastructure like telecommunication, electricity, water supply, sanitation, transportation, affect firm productivity and competitiveness. Firm productivity, we want to produce more product. These infrastructure support is much needed. And also we create competence among the business people, competence among the global business. It's much needed. Infrastructure is much needed. So infrastructure also influences market power and transaction cost. So market power, infrastructure is much needed to increase your market power. Nowadays, we compare to US, we compare to UK, we compare to Japan, we compare to Australia, we compare to China, we compare to Italy, we compare to Germany, because they are developed nations. Why we compare? Still we compare. India we compare. No country compare with India. Like Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, African countries only compare India. But we compare developed nations like US, Germany, Japan, Italy, and followed by China, Russia, UK. They are the deciding authority. They are the deciding business through global business. The 7 nations were decide everything. 7 nations were lending money to developing the other country economy. We depend on the 7 nations because they have hold more money in WTO, IMF, and World Bank. They are lending money to other countries to developing the economy because they have excess of money. Where to lend? Definitely they are lending money to other countries with the support of World Bank, to lending money to India, to lending money to Pakistan, lending money to Sri Lanka, lending money to other developed nation or developing nation or underdeveloped nation or below underdeveloped nations. So they are lending money to for what purpose? The quality of infrastructure. Automatically you give more quality of infrastructure means automatically education and followed by health industries and followed by road, waterways, airways, pipeline ways, and all the ways where all the proper infrastructure, we give all the proper infrastructure, lending for particularly for this infrastructure, automatically the country economic will be developed. Automatically employment opportunity will be increased. So infrastructure is very, very important. Infrastructure is very, very important. Then which can have significant implication for economic growth. Finally, end up with what? Economic growth is very, very important. All the country put the effort for what purpose? The entire theme is what? To increase the GDP, economic growth, to increase the per capita income, to increase the standard of living. That's a very, very important for this main purpose. We are doing all this process, all these activities. So this includes many challenges, infrastructure, many challenges like internet, electric power generation needed for e-government initiative in a country. These are the challenges in infrastructure for environment, business environment. What are the challenges? Means internet. Nowadays, without internet, we can't do a business. Without internet, we can't connecting with the global people. Act like local, think like global. Now, business environment, we need internet. We need cloud computing. We need server. We need data. Data is information. Information is wealth. Means that data is information is wealth. All the information is very, very important. And blockchain technology is very, very important. And followed by artificial intelligence is very, very important. Chat GPT is very, very important. Because of we connecting the global people. Efficiently, we want to do a business. Effectively, we want to do a business. Minimize the cost, maximize the profit. Optimum utilization of resources. Everything is possible because of the internet, electric power generations. So energy is must. Nowadays, we invest, we lending more money to other countries because of to produce more energy. We don't have the resources. We borrow oil from Arabian countries as well as Iran and followed by Russia, followed by other neighboring countries. We are still with long-term relations with these countries because of to produce more energy, to produce electric power generation needed. For that purpose, these are challenges for infrastructure development. Then other environmental impact that could be incorporated could among pollutions, air pollution, water pollution, soil, noise, and carbon emission, other greenhouse gas emissions, hydrofluorocarbons, land use changes, damage to biodiversity and ecosystem. These all these current issues in business environment. Next one, these are types of infrastructures. So transport and logistics, everybody should know about direct infrastructure. What are the main infrastructure in business environment? Transport and logistics. Transport and logistics decide your price of the product, decide your consumption, decide your expenditures. So transport and logistics is very, very important. Transport and logistics supply chain management is very, very important. And energy, everybody should know is energy. How you produce energy, what are the way to produce energy? What are the other way to produce energy? Not only oil, not only solar. Hello? Hello? Then communication.
Yes, sir.
No, some disturbance there, that's why unmuted. Say, mute yours. Then social and commercial. Social and commercial is very, very important. So finally, we end up with social and commercial. Communication, everybody should know about communication. Water and sanitation, everybody know water and sanitation. Proper water is much needed for any business. And sanitation and energy, everybody should know energy. Without energy, we can't do a business. We can't survive. We can't survive. So nowadays, many wars were happened because of energy. We want to occupying the natural resources, other countries' natural resources, occupying their oil to produce more energy. Our country want to get more benefit. Our people want to enjoy socially and economically and educationally. US to tap all the natural resources. That's why they're creating more war situation for other countries. Iraq, we cannot prove any nuclear weapon in Iraq. But they're destroying the Iraq natural resources, occupying all the natural resources. Due to using the BBC media, last 10 years they were propaganda against the Iraq. Finally, what will happen? Saddam Hussein will be hanged. Nothing to be you can find in Iraq. Now their natural resources that they're tapping for US. The same from other countries, all the oil nations. They're closing their natural resources, closing their oils. Then all the people were dependent on US because US, Alaska, they're having excess of oil. There's a world excess of oil in Alaska. Still, they were not open in Alaska. So all the oil plants were closed. Finally, end of this, we are begging from US in the deciding authorities to produce more oil. This has happened because of the infrastructure is much needed. Energy, water and sanitation, communication, social and commercial for infrastructures. These are the issues that directly affect on business environment. Then economic factors. Economic factors in business environment. What are the factors? Economic issues in business environment. Inflation. Everybody know about inflation. Whether inflation is very high, your interest rate is very low. Definitely, you just interest minus inflation. What is in your hand? That is a real interest. Whether inflation is very 4%, your interest at 8% means you are getting benefit 4% because inflation minus interest rate. So you are getting inflation minus or interest rate, you are getting 4%. So the inflation is where we play a vital role in economic factors. Inflation, recession. Always every time, every one decade, 2009, 8 was a recession where happened after that crisis were happening, COVID, recession were happened, employment opportunity will be reduced, trade cycle. Every business will be based on trade cycles. Then income and employment. Income is very, very important. So already I told per capita per income to producing more employment opportunities. So income and employment directly impact on economic factors. Economic growth. So economic growth based on business, based on export, based on how you attract FDI, foreign direct investment people, do a business in your country. Then FII, foreign institutional investor invest in your stock market. Based on you can attract the foreign reserves. That is based on economic growth. Individual growth based on export. Our country growth based on export. Our country per capita per income based on export. Because export, you have foreign reserves. Your country producing more product rural to metropolitans based on different product. Rural product having some uniqueness. Semi-urban products have some uniqueness. Metropolitan product you have using your services industries, agricultural industries, and MSME, medium size and small scale industries using our women will produce more product, entrepreneurs produce different business. This all coming under economic growth and attracting foreign reserves. Then price level. Price level is very, very important. Then you compare to price level compared to US dollar will be increased. Suppose US dollar will be increased, means exporter will enjoy the benefits of US dollar increase. Importer, India will import more product from other countries, means we lost our entire foreign reserves. Price level is very, very important. Price level is a directly impact on economic issues, economic factor, inflation, recession, trade cycle, income and employment, economic growth and price level. Then followed by examples of economic problems, microeconomics and macroeconomics. Microeconomics, everybody knows, small economics, micro level, rural level, and followed by semi-urban level, individual levels. Because micro will be small, all the micro level of business added into the oceans. That is a macro level. Every drop of water added into the oceans. Every drop of water is very, very important. It will be added into the ocean. Because economics is a ocean. Economics is a ocean. Microeconomics is a small drop of water. So all the micro business is very, very important. All the individual per capita per income is very, very important. All the individual business is very, very important. That will added into the macroeconomic level. Every small drop of water added into the ocean the same way. Every individual business contribution, every contribution is very, very important. It's added to the GDP. This is added to the global economies. That is very, very important. Every country's economies were added into the global economy. So global economy is very strong means the entire economy will be very strong. So global economics very poor means the recession will be there, fall down will be there based on that after COVID-19. So after COVID, the economy will be fall down. But multi-billionaire will enjoy the benefits of COVID-19. I don't know what researchers were doing the research, how it is possible. Poorer get poorer, richer get richer. Middle class people get into lower class people deeply under into poorer. But high class people like business people, multinational business people, I'm not talking about entrepreneur or 100 crore or 10 crore business people. More than doing corporate people were richer than richer. They are growth where you cannot predict that growth. That much percentage will be increased. This is called as economic problems, macroeconomics, because economics based on what we need, democratic way of economic. All to be equal. 1% of people will occupy entire 40% of asset means that is not good economy. That is a bad economy. Because we need democratic finance, equal to all. Everyone to enjoy the benefits of economic, like poor to elite people, poor to corporate level. That's why microeconomics is very, very important. Examples of problems. Why should own national utility is very, very important? Because we use our national resources. We don't want to borrow product from other countries. What we have, what we have, you can use that optimum utilization of resources, our own resources. We use our resources to produce more product. That's why own national utility is very, very important. Value of how to put value of environment, how to reduce inequality. Already I said equality. In sustainable development goal, inequality is very, very important. Hunger index, inequality index, and followed by equality index. How to deal with the monopoly power. single man do not use business. That's a monopoly power. Then macro level, how to solve unemployment. Hello.
Hello.
Tell me. Hello.
Which page are you on, sir, now?
Which?
Page number?
21. Where you are
Okay,
asking?
sir. Okay, sir.
PPT you are asking?
Yeah.
21.
Yeah. Nice speech, sir.
Then how to prevent recession? How to prevent recession? That's very, very important because economic is very, very important. Employment, based on employment, you to prevent recession. How to reduce inflation? How to increase living standard? Finally, end up with what? Living standard is very, very important. Based on per capita per income, to increase employment opportunity, that's directly impact on living standard. How to trade with neighbor?
Sir, not the PPT, the text page number.
Text page number in the books you are asking.
Yeah.
This is third unit now. Okay. Then economic factor we discuss and followed by social infrastructure is very, very important. First we discuss infrastructures and followed by economic and followed by then social infrastructure is very, very important. What are the social infrastructures? Social infrastructure in the sense, three factors very, very important. You see 5 factors. Education, social and cultural is very, very important in what? In economic activities, directly impact on business environment. It's directly impact on business environment. Social infrastructure like education, health, law and justice, urban transport, civic utilities and housing. It's very, very important infrastructures. It directly impact on our economic. So we fail to produce social infrastructures. We fail to produce economic. We fail to produce social infrastructure. We fail to produce strong economic. We cannot compare with other countries. We cannot compare with the other state. We cannot compare with the other districts. We cannot compare with other rural areas. Act like locals, think like global. We list out these Indian state, compare with other state. Southern state play a vital role. And followed by Maharashtra, West Bengal, Delhi, Punjab, contributing more and more GDP to our country GDP. They are contributing more GDP because of what? Social infrastructure is very strong. Followed by other states like UP, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and followed by West Bengal. They fail to give social structures, social infrastructures like education, housing, civic utilities, urban transport, law and justice, very, very important. So we fail to produce social structures. The social structures directly impact on our economic. How you take as a Kerala, educationally they are developed state, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, followed by Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Puducherry, Goa, then followed by Punjab, Delhi, Maharashtra. They are contributing of social infrastructures. First one, education skilling, primary school, universities, residential school accommodation, training and skilling is very important. Then followed by housing, residential project, and civic utilities, then community and sports facilities, local government facilities, water and waste treatment, then urban transport, bus stops, sidewalks, and law and justice, police, court houses, prison, correctional homes, health, like a primary and secondary territory, and followed by nutrition, food based on nutrition, disease management, vaccination, family welfare services. This is called coming under social infrastructures. And previously, our country were affected due to what? COVID-19. We don't have primary health center. Particularly, we come to Tamil Nadu, every district have hospital. Every rural area, every 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers, primary are there. And maternity hospital, separate maternity hospital is there. And education wise, Kerala, Karnataka, and other neighboring state, they have access of fulfilling the needs of water, social infrastructure. That's why many people access their higher educations. Then we compare to the government of India to target 2040, they were reaching higher education 50%. Already Tamil Nadu successfully reached their 50% higher education because of social infrastructures. And Tamil Nadu will compare to European countries. European country itself not successfully reached their higher education 50%. And Tamil Nadu comparatively what European country, because of social infrastructure is very, very much needed to contribute our economic. Then demographic environment. Demographic environment is directly impact on business environment. This is one of the biggest issues in business environment. So demographic environment. So demographic environment means area, populations in area, district, country, or the world factors such as age, sex ratio, income, education, growth rate. This directly impact on business environment. You see that India, take the example of India. Nowadays, India demographically, age-wise, young age people, 70% people belongs to young age people. So business successfully run by the corporate people in India based on demographic factors. And present days, we strong infrastructure development, but the issues are there, like education-wise. But we are the young age customers. So demographically directly impact on business environment, directly affect on business environment. So demographic environment is much important for do a business. Like demographic trend will affect the market size of the industries. Demographic trend represent the opportunities and threats. Like our business opportunities were designed by demographic trends. Threats also defined by the demographics, because no one having such education, no one having income. So directly impact on what? Threats for the business, But the people having education, people having income, so this is directly helpful for growth rate of the business. This is called as demographic, directly issues on business environment and also support to the business environment. Political issues in business environment. Everybody know about political issues. So every countries we already discussed. Political, based on political. Social, US always following the capital, business, capital, and also China will follow the communism. Russia will follow the communism. Capitalistic countries. US is a capitalist countries. Russia is a communist countries. India mixed economy. It's a capitalistic economy here, so communist economy, then socialism economy. India mixed of economy, capitalism as well as socialism. So political is very, very important. We want to stabilize in business. We want to improve our business based on political. So 2 days, yesterday, our stock will be, NSE BSE's fall down based on political issues, because it will be directly impact on the election. Behavioral attitudes of the consumer, investors based on political. So it will be directly impact on our share market. So based on political ground, whatever it may be happen, it directly impact on our share market. Share will be increased or reduced, fall down based on political stability. Political instability directly impact on our business, directly impact on business, directly impact on import, export, directly impact on our relationship with other countries. So political environment is very, very important. Political environment is very, very important. It's directly impact on business environment. Political factor constitute external constraint upon a business and its activities that are usually outside of the control of the business. Political factor include laws and regulation, either force a business to pursue certain action or prohibit it from taking certain actions. Trade policy is very, very important. Government established trade policy which can either promote global trade or to reduce the global trade based on trade policies. Then political stability is very, very important. Promoting international trade requires political stability environment. Suppose we don't have political stability, every 1 year or every 2 year, government will change us means what will be happen? No company were doing business in India. So political stability is very, very important. So political stability is there. Many people, we attract FDI, foreign direct investment, foreign institutional investors. We go for franchising, we go for licensing, we go for factoring. So many ways we attract the foreign reserves based on political stability. Political environment directly impact on business environment is one of the biggest issues. All the economically is strong, environmentally is strong, and followed by traditionally strong, education is strong, and followed by religion and culturally strong. But political is not stability. The entire factor will be bombarded like anything, destroyed like anything. So political stability is much needed for business people. The international relations, but based on political stability, international relations will be affected. Now US and followed by Russia, all the countries watching our election after June 4. So political stability is last 10 years. Our party will be running successfully. That political stability, all the country were invest money in India. So political every 5 years, the political stability is much needed for any countries like US. Like Russia also, election is over. Putin became the president of the Russia. So the long-term tenure for Putin. So many countries fear about Putin because of it's a long-term tenure. We give chance to others. We give chance to others. They are there because the political stability is there. Because of Ukraine and Russia war still is going on. The entire natural resources will be human resources, natural resources, economic resources, all should be destroyed like anything because of the war is going on. So their political stability is not there because of Putin. We want to changes. Changes is constant, like China. For other countries, though other countries people fear about their political imbalance in other countries because any country were affected, the directly impact on global business. Any country were affected in any way of affected, like war or natural resources, bombardment, like the relationship between the two countries that directly impact on other global market. Nowadays, not only India will affect about the only India. Anything will be happen in India that will be directly impact on global market. Anything happen to China that will be directly impact on global market because all the country now connected in business. All the country needs all the supports. Previously, we are only affected by few countries. Nowadays, all the countries joined together. Any country were affected, so it's definitely that impact with different nations. That impact will be there directly or indirectly. Then political stability is much important for business environment. Then productivity factors and human elements in business environment. So you know that productivity factor, right? How directly productivity factors. Productivity factors and human elements in business environment. What are the productivity factors? Human resources, compensations, work discipline, motivation, and personality, external and site condition, other workers' characteristics, experience, and task difficulties. This is all the factor where directly impact on productivity factors. So business environment, human elements is very important. It's a directly impact on productivity factor like compensation. We will compensation to the employee, and the work discipline is very important. Motivation to the employee is very important. Personality, external and site condition. So these are the much needed benefits to the employee. So we promote the government policies very important. The 6 important factors we are affecting the industrial productivity. Government policy where changes. So productivity will be down like GSTs and then GSTs. Many states were affected. They were raising the question again GST. So government policies very important. And quality of human resources. How you produce quality of human resources. Already we discussed on what? Education, social fulfilling the quality of human resources. Social social infrastructure to produce the quality of human resources. Social is much needed, and followed by infrastructures like telecommunication, logistics, transport, followed by other water and sanitation is very, very important. That will produce the quality of human resources, and followed by availability of finance, technological development, natural factors, managerial talent. These are all the factor to produce productivity factor, increase the productivity factor. We fail to produce this variable, automatically productivity will be reduced. Productivity will be fall down in business environment. Issues for improvement in business environment, leadership and change management, then marketing, promotion, product and services, customer services, like human resources, IT and other digital resources, quality of manufacturing or services. These are all the issues for improving business environment. Up to this third it will be over. We will see by next week. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Last class, did you have business environment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll start with organizational behavior. Last class, we were discussing about goal, scope, importance, all those things. So we'll continue with the next topic. The screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll start with the next topic, perception. So perception, personality, attitude, values. So all these topics we'll discuss in the coming class. So first we start with perception. What is perception generally?
Perception is people's point of view, ma'am. The way they look at the things and they understand it, maybe in a different way, or they take it in a different way.
Yes. So we all know one's perception is not going to be the same with the other's perception. How we view one point or how we see or how we look into anything that is happening around us. So when you're running an organization, all these things will happen. So a perception of an organization owner or perception of an employee, depending upon the actual understanding or reality. So how we perceive is going to be different from one person to the other person. So what is perception? It is a process by which individuals organize and interpret their sensory impression in order to give meaning of to the environment. So you all know, relating, there is your subject is also business environment. So many things will be happening as inside the organization and outside the organization, and some of them will be controllable, some of them will not be uncontrollable. So many things will be happening. So when you are running an organization, main thing is we should know how to manage everything, including HR. We have to know how to manage everything. So that is what this subject will be teaching you, how your individual and organizational behavior is going to be understood. The perception is how you perceive what is happening around you. So that is the definition. So what is the difference between sensation and perception? What is the difference it's given? Perception is more than sensation. Why?
And sensation refers like something to a very physical touch sensation, and where we
Yes, sensation normally it is, as it's given, it is relating to the sensory organ. But when you say perception, perception is your viewpoint. So depending upon your background or occupational eh, uh, occupational experience, all those things, the perception of an individual will be changing from that is one person to the other person. So sensation is always different from perception. So what is the process of perception in organizational behavior subject? So this is a process. This diagram will explain the process of there is perception. So first what we have to do is you have to give perceptual inputs and then you will be getting perceptual outputs. So by one side you give input and the other side you get output. And what is the in-between thing is you have to go for receiving, selecting, organizing and interpreting. So what all these things will be doing is perceptual throughputs. So what is the thing you are going to receive? Perceptual throughputs, what are the things you are going to receive is you are going to receive your input and after receiving an input, what are the things required for that perception will be selected, then that will be organized and finally you will be interpreting for giving an action, that is giving an output. So for example, um, one person is continuously taking leave.
Ma'am, can you
That is the
share page
first one.
number?
What is that?
Page number, PPT page number.
Page number, it's not visible here. 11. So what is this
Sorry?
receiving, selecting, organizing and interpreting? What is interpretation? Is interpretation and investigation the same?
No. Investigation is a preliminary process. Interpretation
Yes.
is the final outcome or final decision we have taken from the investigation.
Yes, interpretation is you will interpret, you will compare, you will study, and then you will give an output. For example, if you're doing an analysis, in analysis, at the end of every analysis, there will be an interpretation. Is the interpretation for two human of interpretation of two human beings is going to be the same for same analysis?
No, ma'am.
No. So that is also going to be different. What I have interpreted is not the same thing what you are going to interpret. It depends upon the person's perception. So again, the perception comes here. So perception, when you are pursuing something or when you are going to make judgment, that judgment is going to be useful for the organization. That is what we were expecting in the organization. Just like that, you pursue, you are going to judge something and then you are going to come to an output. And all these things will be happening on the basis of your interpretation. That's why you have to be very careful in interpreting. So when you are interpreting, without any evidence, we cannot interpret. Why? Because when somebody questions, we have to give a judgment there. Why this kind of interpretation is done? So this is what the process of perception will be happening. Give your input, that is materials, information, whatever you have, and that will be giving you after receiving, selecting, organizing, and interpreting. You will be giving in the action format so that you will come with the output what it is expected in the organization. So the next thing is factors affecting perception. So why we are not able to pursue in the same thing or in the same manner? Why the interpretation is going to be different? So what are the factors interpreting perception is people see the same thing but perceive it in differently. That's what I was telling. So it depends upon the pursuer, target and situation. Can you give one example? Okay, I'll give one example. If one person is continuously coming late, uh, you one or two can give give your perception. Situation is this is what we are going to discuss. One's perception is not going to be the same, so the output is going to be different. So why? What are the factors disturbing your perception? Is your perceiver, the human person who is doing it, the target, and the situation. I said one person is coming continuously late. What you will perceive? What will be your perception? Any answer?
Every person will think in a different way. Maybe he's doing it wantedly or he's
Okay,
doing.
well, you are telling that he is doing wantedly. Anybody else perception? My perception, not I'm trying to say that he has some problem in his family. Anybody else perception? One's perception can be he is having some health issues. The other perception can be he is having problem in transportation. So many things you can derive. So the factors affecting perception is only these things is depends upon the perceiver, target, and the situation in which you are going to do that perception. So what are the techniques of perception? So what is the techniques of perception? That is selective perception, halo effect, contrast effect, projection, and stereotyping. So what is this selective perception? Are you all able to follow what is perception now? So perception is what you are going to what you have understood and what is the interpretation you are going to make on that particular basis. What is selective perception? No idea?
No, ma'am.
No. Anyone? Selective? So what is selective perception is that is What is perception? What you have understood, what every individual have understood on the particular topic or a particular situation. So what is this selective perception is everybody perceives in some selective manner. That will be common. So output will be common. It will be the same. So that is thing that sometimes it happens. Commonly we will pursue same thing. If 100 are there, 50 will be common, will be giving the output as commonly same thing. And the other 50, 20, 20, it will be different. So this kind of perception will also happen in the organization. So second one is halo effect. What is halo effect? Have you heard this term? Halo effect in perception. So what is halo effect is depending upon your first judgment, that is your first impression, the next impression is also going to be the same. We always say first impression is the best impression. So if I think about you as positive in the first time, second and third time subsequently also I will think only as positive. Are you able to follow this point? In perception, if the first understanding about a particular person or a particular incident that has happened, that will be giving the same thing again and again. It will not make us to change. If I think about you as a good boy or a girl, same thing will be in my mind again and again. I will not be able to change that particular perception what I made in the first. The explanation over. Understand? You are able to understand? Or any doubt? Or is my audio not clear? You have any doubt in halo effect?
No, no, ma'am. Please
Okay.
carry on.
So contrast, third one is contrast effect. So when you have contrast effect, contrast is just opposite. So when you have contrast effect about a person, about an individual or about a group, see for some products or some persons, what we think in the beginning will not be the same thing what we think at the end. The same thing will not be followed or same thing will not be carried out again and again in the same manner. So some changes will be there. Beginning will be a positive, beginning will be light effect, end will be the dark effect. That is what the contract effect of perception. So what we think in the beginning will not be the same thinking we will have at the end. So that is one type of effect what we do in techniques of perception. The next one is projection. And before projection, what is the stereotyping? Stereotyping is again and again. If anything happens again and again, the perception is going to be the same. So you will never change. You will not. You will not be ready to change. So it will be the same thing again and again when you are perceiving about a particular situation or incident. So it's not going to be the same thing always. So the next last one is projection as a technique of perception. So this projection technique, it is a thing that is what we project, is what we understand. So what we understand, is it going to be the same? If I have understood about you that you are a person who is going to get 75 marks based upon your performance, what will be your answer? Is it right or I have to wait till for your examination? See, for projection is what is the thing, what is the impression you create in the minds of the others. That is what we have to understand here. So these are the techniques of perception. Selective perception. Selective perception is selectively we'll go for perceiving something, and in a collective manner it is going to be the same. Halo effect is once it is best or once it is positive, till the last thing is going to be the positive. Contrast is it is just opposite. Projection is what is the thing what we have understood in the minds. That is, it depends upon the mental process of a human being. So what I have understood or what I have thought, projection is that is what is the impression we have in the mind. Based upon that, your perception will be carried out. Stereotyping is perception doing it in the same manner again and again will be coming under the last type. The next one after the perception is learning. The learning, uh, so we have to as organization behavior, managers who's going to be the owner, there is who's going to be the in charge of every department, like production department, sales department, marketing department. They have to learn something so that they will be facilitating the individuals who are working in the organization. So we have to learn still, whether if you are even in as a student or as a job goer, we always say you should be always updating the knowledge in the field where you are. So you have to keep on learning so that that learning will make a change in your behavior. So that is what it's included here in organizational behavior. So what are the factors that is shaping the behavior through learning? So how it is done is through reinforcement. What is reinforcement is anything that both increases the strength of the response as well as tends to infuse repetitions of behavior. Doing again and again, even some employees after giving warning memo, they will be repeating again and again the same activity. So that should be changed. So learning is for changing some attitude. So how we can change the behavior by through learning. First one is reinforcement. So what is reinforcement is by making this reinforcement, we try to search, that is change the behavior of every individual, and when an individual changes, your group also changes. Then what are the types of reinforcement? That is positive reinforcement. Positive and negative reinforcement. Positive is for reward for a desired behavior, and negative is for the termination or withdrawal of undesirable consequences. So negative will be for warning, and positive will be for rewarding. That is the two types. Then what are the applications of learning theory? So applications of learning theory using lotteries to reduce absenteeism. Absenteeism, why it happens? Why an employee will be continuously be absent for its work? Idea? Why our organization will have more absenteeism? Any reason? Or okay, absenteeism. Why employees will be absent? One thing is if regularly salary is not paid, or if he's regularly is ill, or if he is not having any job satisfaction in this organization. So many points we can tell about absenteeism. So learning theory, what is learning is we are going to learn about what is happening in the organization so that you will carry out all the activities without any problem in the organization. So these are the four things we will be having in the applications of learning theory. So using lotteries to reduce absenteeism. How this lottery? What is lottery system you use? What what will be done in this?
Ma'am, nowadays lotteries are referring like performance bonuses, suppose which got recently introduced in the TCS, where if the employees are not reporting to work, and then their performance bonus is not being appreciated.
So this is one form of performance appraisal. Why organization will do performance appraisal?
To extract more work in the upcoming days or
Okay, to
months.
extract more work to retain the employees by awarding and rewarding them. So what is this is using these are the four things we'll be using for learning under learning. So using lotteries to reduce absenteeism is lotteries is we will be giving for rewarding employees. So why we are going to reward employees is to reduce absenteeism. So if you say if you are not taking, or if you are telling that if you have 100% attendance, you will be given free trip to US. So if this is announced, so obviously the employees will be coming regularly to the organization, and because of their regularity, they will be working for the improvement of the organization. So that is one form of learning theories. You can understand about your employees, why they are coming. In that case, if you want to reduce absenteeism, you can use lottery. Second one is developing training programs. So when you are saying it is learning, it is one of the application of learning. Why we have to develop training programs? Which type of companies will give training? We all know it is two types of training generally, of the training and on the training, on the job and off the job. What is the difference between these two?
Man, office job is like somewhere that is building up a skills, and on the job is like what project that we work on. They give us training on that thing.
Yes. See, but these which type will be expenditure for the organization? We should also think about the money point from the employee's point of view. They will not be ready to waste their money. So which will be extracting more money, off the job or on the job? What is off the job? Without giving the posting, training will be given. What is on the job? Posting will be given after accepting or after selecting and giving appointment, training will be given. So based upon this, which will be giving more, or which will be taking more money from the employer's point of view?
Off the job, man.
Off the job will not be it will not be taking more money. It is why? Because see, off the job training, the second point is developing training programs. Whether it is off the job and on the job, you're going to give training to your employees. But when you are saying on the job, you are giving appointment and then you are making them to work. So they'll be paid either salary at a less amount, or they'll be paid with a stipend. So out of these two things, any one thing will happen. So when it's on the job, they have to give training and they will be getting money. Employees will be getting money, and for the employer side, what will happen is if the training is not carried out by the employees properly, it is a waste of money from the employer's point of view. So companies should be very careful that to whom the training is given, so that if they are giving training, they will understand what kind of job they are going to do. So when individually they can do the job, they can join in a group also for completion of a particular project or a particular task. Then third one is developing mentoring programs. So what is mentoring? So mentoring programs is there is one to one. It can be a person can be appointed individually to train a particular employee or teach them or make them to learn. So that kind of program. For example, if more number of employees are there, you can have 1:10 or 1:5. So they can have personal touch and they can find out who is getting the learning process properly or who's not. So you can understand that and you can give extra training to the person who requires it. So developing mentoring is mentor is a person who can be a leader, who can lead the juniors for helping them to learn about in which environment they are going to perform their work. And the next one is self-management. So self-management, we know what is management. So being an individual and going to work in the organization, we should know, or we all should know how to manage ourselves in a organization. So that is very important. Self-management is everywhere or anywhere, wherever you go, you should know where to speak about what. So everywhere you will not be given right. So we should know how to manage ourselves. So that is one way of learning. Sometimes we also do this by observing others what they are doing. Through that also we will try to learn about the organization. So that's why we should have studied in one of the subjects that when you are there is recruitment and selection over, immediately what the organization or the manager will do is they will inform everything about the organization. What kind of product they are producing, what are the branches they have, how many branches, how many employees they have. All those things will be given so that this idea given by the organization will make us to manage ourselves when go for a job. So these are the four points which will be applicable for learning theory. The next one is your attitude. So what is your attitude? So sometimes you will use what is see your attitude, see is the attitude. So what is your attitude towards the organization in which you are going to work? So that is what the topic will be discussing. So attitude is the behavior, what you are going to, what is the action or what is the reaction you are going to show towards your organization. So these are evaluative statements. Either it can be favorable or it can be unfavorable. It can be positive or it can be negative. That can be the attitude, what is happening in the organization. So how attitude is formed? So how attitude is formed? So these are the four attitudes forming scenario. First one is direct personal experience. Second one is association. Third one is family and peer group. Fourth one is economic status and occupation. So can you why these points are given for forming attitude? What is attitude? Attitude is how you are going to show your action. That is how you are going to respond. So attitude is formed because of four things. Direct personal experience. Any example for this inside the organization? When it will be positive, when it will be negative. So how attitude is formed? One first thing is direct personal experience. Based upon your experience, your attitude can be negative or positive. Your previous experience was positive, then this for the next thing your attitude will be positive. If previous experience is negative, the present thing will also be negative. So depending upon your personal experience also, attitude can be positive or negative. Second thing is association. Association is with whom you have joined or who's your friend, who is your colleague. Based upon his perception, his attitude, your attitude will also change. So whatever he or she is telling, you will also accept it and you will also follow the same thing. Then the third one is family and peer groups. So family, your family from where you are coming from, the society or the area from which you are coming to the particular work, that also changes your attitude that is how you see into the other aspects. So family and peer groups is also one criteria for forming your attitude as positive or negative. Then fourth one is economic status and occupation. If I am from a high class, my attitude will be different. If I am from low class, my attitude will be different. You all understand this will be uh, in reality you should have seen in the organization or in the society from which you are working. So then so economic status and occupation, I think you all will be clear. Any doubt in perception, personality, attitude?
Can a manager bring his employees? If a manager have group of employees, can he able to bring all employees with the same attitude? Can he mold?
He can try as a manager, he is a leader, but see sometimes what happens is we will look into others and we will also learn to do the same thing. If a manager is having positive attitude, his attitude will be spreaded to the other peers, there is other employees also. But if he says, I have experience like this, for example, um, one student continuously is attending inter-college competition. Whenever he goes, he says, I will not win. I was not able to change him, but he has gone for attending the inter-college, but he has not won. Why? Because the attitude made him not to win. And he is also spreading the same thing to the other friends also. You will also not win. Sometimes we will also say, no, if you are not able to do things, don't disappoint other persons. So what we have to do is, if you are having positive attitude, you can try to spread it with others. But if you have negative attitude, it should not be spreaded. But being a manager, you should try to spend your positive attitude to your group. You can do. That's what we always know. No, if you motivate others, they will try. If you
We
are
can
not motivating, they will
influence.
never try. Yes, yes, you can influence.
We can
You
influence
can
them.
influence.
Yeah.
But the influence should be positive for the betterment of the organization. It should not be negative.
Okay.
So these are the four attitude forming bases. It can be on personal experience, it can be on association with others, it can be from the family from where you're giving. So when you say family, it means that whether you're coming from a nuclear family or joint family. So when you are from a nuclear family, you will not be able to manage with others. But if you are from joint family, you will be able to manage others also. Why? Because we know how to manage a group of members in a family if it is a joint family. Then the last one is status and occupation, what kind of job you're performing. That also makes you to form the attitude. Then how, this is the point you have been discussing, how managers can change employees' attitude. So these are the three ways in which a manager can change employees' attitude. But first, my question is why to change? Why employees' attitude must be changed?
For the betterment of organizations
Yes,
and
for the
companies.
betterment of the organization, for the betterment of the group work, then for the betterment of himself.
Yes.
So when he is not able to change, he will not be able to get the work from them. So for that also we have to go for changing the attitude. So managers, why and how he has to change the attitude of the employees. But when you are working in the organization, in entering the organization every day, we all know that every day your attitude is not going to be the same. That also depends upon the environment from which you are coming. So these are the three approaches or three things in which a manager can change the attitude of an employee. The first one is providing new information. So how providing new information? How providing new information will change the attitude of the employee. This will be done by the manager.
By providing latest updates or news in the relevant field of the
Yes,
organization.
yes, yes. So what happens is,
Madam,
yes.
in my organization, for example, if you take a case study,
Hmm.
ours is an electronics company. So my
Hmm.
manager, he whenever he gets time, he tries to share the latest updates or technologies in this electronics in a WhatsApp group.
Hmm.
He shares few articles,
Okay,
but
that means he wants you all to read or know
yeah,
the information. Yes, yes. Hmm.
he is the manager who shares us regarding the latest updates and news in the electronics. So I found that many people doesn't even react or and doesn't even
Hmm.
respond to his articles. That means the problem with the manager. I don't understand the structure.
Problem is not with the manager. He is sharing. He is rightly doing it. But what the other subordinates should do is that they have to react. They have to know. For example, we all know if you are for your job, if it is not updated.
Hmm.
For example, if I'm on my job, I have to update with all the information what is happening in all the fields. So once
Okay.
if you are not updated with your environment or with the changes, what is happening in the same field or similar field, it can be in electronics or any other field. If it is not done, suddenly you will be sent to the situation that you will be jobless.
Yes, I understand, ma'am. He's clearly doing his
Yes,
duty, but he
yes.
couldn't change the attitude of the employees. That's what my question is. He's
See what
rightly doing his
from
job.
his, yes, from his point of view, a human being cannot make changes in all.
Okay.
Out of, for example, if 50% are working under me, if 40 is reacting, I'll be very happy. If only 10 is reacting, I have to change my situation. 10 is reacting, 40 is silent means I have to go for the second step to change the other 40.
What can be the
Why
steps?
that? Yes, yes. The first, that is last 10 who is not reacting, they will be in danger zone. They will not be given in any promotion if the choice is given to the manager. They will not be given any opportunities to work with a new environment. So opportunities will not be given to them. So manager, first point is providing new information a manager must do. But what the employees do is, the employees, they should understand, okay, these are the things happening around the same field where we are working. They can also share, not only the managers should share, employees can also share. They can react to this and they can also share saying that I am also knowing the present information, that is what is happening around me. So first thing is, manager can change the employees by providing new information in the area where they are working, and not only in the same thing, you can be in the same similar also. So second one is use of fear. What is this use of fear? Making them to be afraid. This also happens in the organization. How a manager can change the attitude of the employees is making them to be afraid of. We say that if you are not doing it, you will be sent out. You will be jobless. But this cannot be done always. Why? You cannot threaten your employees always to change his attitude. Because of one thing is that employee to whom you are threatening that you will be jobless, he will be a part of any union. So next thing is, next day you have to face some cases from the trade union or labor union. So second point is, manager can use this fear, use of fear for changing the attitude of the employees only to a normal level, only to a certain extent, not for the full extent. Third one is co-opting approach. Have you heard about this co-opting approach?
No, we haven't heard this concept.
What is co-opting approach? Is giving the chance to the employee when he is dissatisfied. So it's making them to be involved in all the activities. Again, see, normally this happens is I am not satisfied with the job, I am not satisfied with the work, so I will not be continuing, I will not do this, I will not do that. So this kind of attitude, if any employers got, that should be changed by the manager. So what he can do is, you can do it, you can improve it. So by giving a statement, motivational statement, you can change your employees from negative attitude to positive attitude. That's what you can do in co-opting approach. So co-opting approach is also one of the approach for changing the attitude, is giving an opportunity again and again so that he will be showing some improvement. So that we need organization, every organization will be expecting a change. Even a small pencil or pen, we are making changes in that. So when you are managing so many employees in the organization, we have to know how to manage an employee. So by giving motivational dialogue to the employee saying that you can do it, try, you can do it. So that kind of motivational speech can be given by the manager so that the attitude of the particular employees will be changing slowly. The next thing is values. So what is a value? Value which is affecting the human being. What is a value? What is normally a value? Value of a product?
The quality and the price, ma'am.
So if you say value of the product is the price of the product. What is the cost plus profit? So normally when we are determining the value, it will also include the profit. Cost plus profit is equal to the selling price. So values affecting the human being. What is a value? What we have value? For example, if my value is
The way
not good,
people are,
yes.
the way a person behaves with another man, the way he values is giving a proper respect.
Okay, who will be valuing? Who will be
Moral
valuing
behavior.
moral behavior? But that will be done by.
The other people who are around us, the society.
So yes, values normally when we are going for organization, our superior will be valuing. Whereas if I'm an employee, my human behavior value will be known to the superior, who's a supervisor, who's a manager. So value something is very important. What kind of value? Uh, I'll ask one question. Whose value will be high in an organization?
The
A person
manager,
with the right
the man.
attitude.
Yes, that is right. A person with the right attitude, right perception, right personality. For example, if two of you are entering into the organization, one is coming with full formal costume, how a manager should dress. The other person normally enters as he's also a manager. He normally enters casually in the casual things. Whose value will be in the high?
The person with the formal dress.
Yes, the person who is in the according to his posting or according to his designation is that is normally we know first impression is the best impression is the first normally we are viewing only his external impression, how he is appearing in front of our eyes. That is what the first thing we always look into. So here values inside the organization. So what is values is the basic conventions of individual. That is what is the judgment we make on in an individual. So every individual values will be based upon these three things. That is ideas as to what is right or wrong, bad or good, desirable or undesirable. Normally, when you're speaking about organizational behavior, organization must recruit persons with high values or persons with low values.
Person with high values.
So persons with high values. Is it possible to get all persons with high values for an organization?
Not always, ma'am.
So not always. It's not always possible also. So what we will do is we will have proportion 1:2 or 1:3. Why? Because some persons' values can be increased in our organization after recruitment in your organization. So why values are very important in the organization? So these points will explain about that. Personal values influence the perception of individual. Is that is not right? Personal value system influence the perception of individuals. How you pursue will also have an effect on the value. Second one is it influences a manager's decision. Values will influence a manager's decision and his solutions to various problems. How?
If he has got the persons with the right values with him, it makes his
Yes.
job more easier, and so that he will be able to give more output.
Yes. So, for example, if a manager values one employee as high valued employee, what he will do is he will give only the task to the particular employee. Why? Because he understands that he will be completing on time. So his solutions to various problems is he can find out solutions to various problems. But if his perception is wrongly done by the manager, then everything goes wrong. So that is why perception and your values are, it is, we can say it is interlinking. The third one is it influences the attitude of the individual. How we see into the others will also have influence on your values and attitudes also got a link between these two. Then it influences the way in which you view the other individuals and different situations. So values influences how you are viewing the other individuals in different situations. So remember, human beings are not going to be the same always, even in the organization or even in the family. Wherever you go, wherever you come, or wherever I am going, my attitude or my values on a particular individual is going to be the same. So having different kinds of personalities, different kinds of perception, different kinds of values and attitude, we have to continue a business successfully. That is what the main thing. So we all know starting a business is very easy. Becoming an entrepreneur is very easy. But making that particular entrepreneurship or making that organization to survive and for continuing for a longer period, that is very difficult. You have to take care of everything under your manager, who is going to be appointed in various different departments. So the next one is sources of values. So what are the various sources of values? Social factors, family factors, personal factors, cultural factors, religious factors, life experiences. So how the values are changing from one person to the other person. What are the family factors which will change the values? How family factors is a source of values? These points will is a heading under topics under sources of values.
Ma'am,
How family
the value of a person actually comes from his family. That is the parents, their
Ma'am,
relatives,
the
and how well
upbringing
it has been
part.
inculcated in them.
Yes, family factors. See how we value that we can understand under how we value and how our value. For example, I am a manager. As a manager, my valuing attitude or process is going to come from a family from where I am born and brought up. So certain things or certain characters or certain features we cannot skip as it is coming from ancestors from generation to generation. We'll be following the same things forever. So that is family factor. Social factors is we all belong to one society. So society consists of community, caste, everything. So social factors is as we all know we are all a social animal who is a part of the society. So social factors, how we can categorize values under social factors. So values will also change based upon the society from where we belong or from where we come. So high class, low class, middle class society, we can divide that based upon your income also we can divide. So that is also one source of values. Third one is personal factors. Personality factors or personal factors is myself, my as an individual, what are the factors I have? Do you all others, we all have same factors as a person? I will be having, uh, there is, for example, as a person who's working in the organization as an individual, I will not mingle with any other employees. Is it right for a person who's working in the organization? I'm a person as an individual. I will not mingle with any other employees when I join and work in the organization.
No, it will not do, ma'am.
So it
He
will
has to
not be
mingle
good. It
around
will
with
not.
others.
Yes, you should be. That is, when you are joining, you should know who are the persons who are working along with you. You should understand their characters, features. So when you are not mingling, they will think that or your that is they will be valuing you as a bad person or the value will be given as negative. So we should know where from where we are going, from where that is to which organization we are working. All those things also influences based upon your personal factors. Next one is cultural factors. So cultural factors we all there is nowadays we have cross culture. There is so many companies MNCs have entered, and even we have entered into the foreign countries. So when you are working, that is day shift, night shift, all those things have been included. So what we have to do is cultural factors will also have an influence on the values. For example, if you're going for a party and if it is an MNC organization and being an individual who's working in MNC and you're not partying, you're going and sitting idly in the corner of a particular restaurant. So that will make you to value as a less valued person. So cultural factors is culture also makes an influence in your organizational behavior. So that also makes you to change the value. So it's one of the sources of values. The next one is religious factors. So religious factors, we all know what are the various religions we belong. So according to one religion, one thing we know that is depending upon the religion we belong. So for example, if I'm going into a church, I have to keep silence there. So what kind of things a church, there is whoever is going to church, say what they have to do, same thing I have to do. So religious factors will also influence an individual. So normally belonging to a particular religion, I will not do something. For example, if I am a Brahmin, I will not start an organization which is relating to manufacturing of leather products. Reason is it will be using skins of animals. So certain religious factors will not make us to do certain. I think you'll understand this point. So many factors are there relating to religion. So we are saying that it is also attached with the blood. That is from the day of our birth, it will be added with you. So certain things will be relaxed. We'll be relaxing it. So depending upon that, certain activities we will not do. That should also be considered for valuing at the time of value. Next one is life experiences. So life experiences, if I have bad experience, I will not join similar company which is manufacturing the same product. So why? Because I already had a bad experience. Same company, if it is going to have me again and again a similar company, then I will have an impact about the bad experience what I had. So my value will be negative. Any question?
No,
So
ma'am.
these are the various sources of values. So what is the importance of values in organizational behavior? So values and organizational behavior. First, what is given? Decision taken by an individual to overcome the problems are influenced by its values. So decision taken by an individual. For example, I have worked for 25 years and suddenly I have resigned. Based upon only one point is my manager is not listening to me. I have decided right. 25 years of experience, suddenly resigning is you have not valued your experience and you have not valued your organization, which has given opportunity for you to work in this organization for 25 years. So, whatever the decisions you are taking, that will also be influenced by values in organization. Why? Because it's not going to be taken by a machine or a computer, it's going to be taken by an individual. Again, one example, I am a general manager. Can I decide to send an employee within an hour without that is sent out of his job? I'm a
No, you
general
cannot do that,
manager.
ma'am.
So if I'm doing, I am not knowing the value. So what I have to do is I should have analyzed, I should have worked, I should have founded whatever the things achievements he has done for the organization, and whatever the negative things he has achieved in the organization, I have to compare. Then I have to take final decision. It can be for 1 week or 10 days, not within 1 hour. So values plays a very important role in organization. Second point is values affect interpersonal relationship in organization. So my value on you and your value on me is not going to be the good thing, then our relationship is not going to be good. So sometimes this happens. What you think about me, if I'm asking, if somebody says I'm thinking about you as bad, what I will do is I will also say I am thinking about you as bad. So again, these two persons cannot work in the same department for the same product. So interrelationship will be disturbed because of wrong valuing process happening in the organization. Then value of individual influences. So all types of values of an individual, you have to uh, be very, very careful that you are not giving wrong value for the right person. That is very important inside the organization. So value system should be good, and instead of valuing a person as an individual, first you have to value as an individual, next only you have to value as a group. So this is about values and organizational behavior. The next one is personality. So personality plays a very important role. Why are some people quiet and passive while others are loud and aggressive? What will be the answer for this? Please mute your audio. So personality, why? The deep. Jacob, can you please mute? Thank you. So personality we are discussing why some people are quiet and passive while others are loud and aggressive. This happens in every organization. It depends upon so many reasons or so many things what is happening. So personality is a dynamic concept describing the growth and development of a person. It depends upon the psychological system what we are being born and brought up. So and determinants of personality. So these are the various determinants of personality. It is from heredity, culture, family, social situation. So your personality will be different based upon these things. Culture, we all know all our personality is not going to be the same depending upon culture, family, social and situation. So what are the personality traits influencing behavior? What are the approaches which influences personality traits influencing behavior? So, the approaches it's already 5. Okay. These approaches we will continue in the next class if it is tomorrow. If I start, I will not be able to complete all. Meantime, I will go to motivation. You all know what is motivation. Motivation is for getting retainment of employees. So why motivation? Performance we want to increase. Employees labor turnover. There is turnover must be decreased. Acceptability or less resistance to change. They are adaptable. They should be accepting whatever the changes the organization is making. Then better organizational image. So when you want to have better organizational image, we should have motivation. So Maslow's need. So these 5 elements will be a part of Maslow's need. It goes from the last: physiological, safety, social, self-esteem, and self-actualization. Don't start from the first. Start from the last. So physiological. What is physiological needs? When you're working in the organization, Maslow's need hierarchy, there is Maslow's theory of motivation. He says that all these 5 needs should be provided to an employee. Physiological is basic. Basic, what are the 3 things we need basically? Three things what we need basically: food,
Food, water, food, shelter, and clothes.
yes, food, shelter, and clothing. That is what physiological needs. So first, when you are providing motivation to the employees, first need organization should satisfy physiological need. Next one is safety. Safety is uh, they should feel that I am safe. When you all will be having job safety?
Ma'am, in the book it is shown the second one is safety and security.
Yes, that's what. Safety and security. It goes together. Job security, when job security will be given?
When you work well.
When you work?
When you work well within the organization,
When
when
you
you
work
produce the
well.
output which they want.
Yes, for nowadays every organization says that for one probationary period you have to work. Generally, you'll be made permanent. So till that 1 year, you will not be getting safety for work. So safety and security. So after physiological need, every organization should provide safety and security needs. So what is this need is every employee should feel that I'm safe. For that, whatever he needs or whatever it is required, that should be provided. So once these 2 needs are provided, the third one is social needs. So being a social animal, to be part of the society, I want certain needs to feel that I'm socially best or socially better in the society. So I should go back. I should go out of the home and to the organization and come back safely to my home. So in the society, nothing harmful should happen. So that guarantee will be given by motivating the employee. So as a part, what is social? In other way also you can say socially I should be identifiable. Can you identify low-level employees in the society? Whoever is doing coolie work, are they identifiable? Are they motivated by any organization? So
No,
whoever
ma'am.
is working, yes, that is not happening. So society, you should be identifiable. You should be made by providing all incentives, benefits to the human, to the employee, so that he is part of the society. So that should be provided as the third need in motivation. Then the fourth one is self-esteem. Self-esteem is when you will receive self-esteem. For example, I am going by bicycle, and same person I am going by a car. When I will have self-esteem. If I aim for going only by bicycle, I will be having self-esteem. If I'm aim is going by car, I will have self-esteem. It depends upon the person. What is self-esteem? What you want after achieving your social needs, physiological, safety, social needs. Next one is what you want to be, you should make yourself to be. For example, I have finished my graduation, PG, UG, all the things I have finished. What is my aim is my aim is not to work in organization, but I have joined the organization. By joining the organization, side by side, I am preparing for government exams. So that is the self-esteem. Where I want to be placed myself, I should try to work for achieving it. That is what the part of self-actualization is. Where I want to reach, I have to make everything for that to reach to the destiny. For example, my aim is to go once, at least one time to, uh, that is your, what is it, to the peak of Himalayas. So what I have to do is, I have to do everything that is possible for making me to reach a particular mountain. So that is the last need. So all these needs comes under Maslow. What Maslow says is any organization who is working should motivate all the employees so that they achieve all the five needs according to Maslow. These are the five needs which is to be provided. So Maslow is one of the theory of motivation. When you are asked to explain the theories of motivation, you have to explain all the three. There is all the theories of motivation. Next one is there is ERG theory. ERG theory is existence, relatedness, and growth needs. So Maslow explained about three needs. Adler explained about three needs, that is existence, relatedness, and growth needs. So these needs is also required for every organization. They have to, it is compulsory, but they have to achieve it. Still we have time, or shall we wind up?
Ma'am, we'll wind up.
Wind up. You're all feeling hungry. Any doubts up to this class? Tomorrow, please remind me that I have to take the approaches of personality.
Ma'am, can you share this presentation? We have already given you the email ID also.
Yes, I will share, sir. Once one unit is over, I will share.
Okay, ma'am.
Today
Thank
only
you
I
so
have
much.
finished. Okay. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow if I have class.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good day. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think all our classes are over. Am I right? For today.